Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Empire Dragway. It's a beautiful Saturday morning, August 9th. It is 9:54 a.m. Get out of bed, clear out the crusties, get the cars out of the box. We are going to put Extreme Outlaw on standby. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, you guys are on standby. We're going to start our show with you guys this morning. Got a whole bunch of classes on the property. Wow, Trevor, I'm surprised that pen had that much ink in it. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, 550, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, 650, 7.0 Super Rod, Pro, Street, and Super Pro, all on the property. 1, little 2, little 3, little 4, 5, little 6, little 7, little more. We got about 9 classes getting pulled up to the lanes today for qualifying round number 1 as we get ready to shake them down and do battle and put some cars in victory lane here at Empire Dragway. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, get them out, get them warmed up, get them ready. You guys are on standby. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, get them out, get them ready. You guys are on standby.
That's right, and if you're coming in from out of town, don't forget, Paul Francia is live streaming today's event on YouTube. Stand Back Performance.
Like, share, subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your family.
Like, share, and subscribe. Paul Francia is live streaming today's event on YouTube. So if you got some friends, got some family that couldn't make the trip today, send them the link. Stand Back Performance, all one word, on YouTube.
Why do you put a space in between it if it's all one word?
I didn't say to put a space in between it. I said it's all one word. Stand Back Performance.
No, you said it with a space in between it.
No, it's just that. I can't really enunciate.
Stand Back Performance.
No, I can't say it like that.
Stand Back Performance, real fast, like that. Stand Back Performance.
Say that 3 times fast. I bet you can.
You win that bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been over to Empire Dragway yet this year, or you're bringing a new ride out for the first time this year, head on down to this tech lane and staging lane 11 on the tower side. Wayne is over there looking to get cars teched in. If you don't have a tech sticker, well, you're not going down track today. So head on over to tech. It is open in staging lane 11. We're looking for you to get ready to go down track today for Empire Outlaws, Western New York Super Rod Association 7.0, and WDRA points.
Ladies and gentlemen, that beautiful noise is the rotator. That screeching you hear in the morning, that is traction being put down on the track. Pat Bud Wayne Turner out there making the track absolutely perfect. Extreme Outlaw, we're going to give you a first call. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Extreme Outlaw, 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Limited Outlaw, you guys can slowly make your way up as well. We'll see you in 9 and 10 right next to them. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, first round call. Come on down to the staging lanes. And attention in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. Attention in the pits. If you're going to run 7-0 today, if you're going to run Super Rod, you got to go see Jason Ofield. He is in pit spot C18. That is the middle of pit road for your tech card. If you're going to be running Super Rod, you got to get your tech card from Jason Ofield. So again, if you're going to be running 7-0, Super Rod, if you're going to be running Super Rod, go see Jason Ofield. He is at pit spot C18 in the middle of the pits behind the main grandstands. C18 is a pit spot. If you don't know who Jason Ofield is, ask a neighbor, ask a buddy, ask a complete stranger. I'm sure somebody knows. But find Jason Ofield and get yourself your 7-0 pit card, your tech card, so you can run Super Rod here at Empire Dragway.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Empire Outlaws Limited. There you go, Justin. Limited and Extreme Outlaw. We're looking for you guys down in the staging lanes. Limited Outlaw, you guys are going to be in staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot pit side. Extreme Outlaw, you guys are going to be in 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. Again, Extreme Outlaw and Limited Outlaw. We're looking for you guys down in the staging lanes. 9 and 10 for the Limited, 11 and 12 for the Extremes, both being on the hot pit side. Those are going to be the 4 lanes closest to the winner's circle. Cheryl's down there at the front of the lanes. Give them a wave, Cheryl. That's a beautiful tiny wave. Looks a little handout, but.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten your tech card yet for Super Pro, you got to see Jason Ofield.
Super Rod.
Super Rod, sorry. Sorry, messed that one up. Not the first mistake I'll make today. But if you do need your tech card for Super Rod, go see Jason Ofield. He is in the middle of the pits, back there in the tower side of the pits. C18, I believe, is a spot.
550. We're looking for you guys down in staging lanes 4 and 5. That's right, 550 index. Come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5 on the tower side.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're out there in racing land, you got the car off the trailer, and it's your first time here at Empire Dragway, be sure that you go through tech. That's right. We do have a established tech lane in the staging lanes. If you come in not the hot car side but the tower side, go all the way to the right. The far right lane is the tech lane. You will see the big old sign on the pole that says tech. Wait there, an official will be over. Make sure you have all your safety equipment and licenses with you so that you can properly get through tech. If you haven't been through tech, remember you got to get through tech. 106.4 is the track FM radio station. 106.3, sorry, my correction there. That is where you are going to get all the round calls and all of the racing action. And if you also have a internet device, a cell phone, a tablet, an iPad, anything like that, you can stream the race today from your trailer, from your basement, heck, even from your living room couch. That's right. Stand Back Performance, all one word. Live feeds all the racing action here at Empire Dragway, as long as I don't do something stupid and play the XM radio for you. But if you want to watch it at home in your own living room, in your basement, in your garage, heck, even over at your friend's house, you can put on the YouTube subscription channel, Stand Back Performance. Make sure you like, subscribe, do everything you need to do to tune in and promote drag racing here at Empire Dragway. We're happy to have everyone here at the track. That's right. This beautiful Saturday morning. It's going to get hot, so please stay hydrated. And I might as well go over the 3 rules we have here at Empire Dragway. Rule number 1, the most important rule: no glass containers. That's right. If you brought yourself some adult beverages or even some children beverages that are in glass containers, make sure you put them in cups. Make sure you put them in something plastic, but do not carry around a glass container. Racing tires are expensive, and we do not need to have a mishap or an unfortunate accident because somebody dropped their glass container on a roadway. So no glass containers on the property. Now, this one goes out to the younger crowd. If you are driving on a golf cart, a scooter, a moped, a dirt bike, or anything with wheels, and you do not have a New York State driver's license, do me a favor. Put it in park. Get out. Go get your parent or guardian and get them to drive it back to the trailer. That's right. Nobody under the age of 16 without a license is allowed to drive any motorized vehicles on the property. And rule number 3, this one comes close to home for me. I like doing it every weekend. But if you get yourself too many frosty beverages, you have too many adult fun time drinks, do not drive home. That's right. Every ticket of admission is a pass to stay overnight. Free camping when you come here to Empire Dragway. So sleep in the grass, sleep under the bleachers, heck, even sleep in the ditch outside, but do not drive home after having too much fun.
So, Justin, basically what you're saying is if I had too much to drink and I wanted to just fall asleep underneath the tower tonight.
You could do that.
What if I just wanted to, fall asleep next to the staging lanes?
Also could do that.
What if I just wanted to fall asleep in the grandstands?
You could do that.
Again,
or under the grandstand.
Or under the grandstand.
It starts raining tonight.
Might be a little dirty under there. I wouldn't go under there if I were you.
Where I've found the most comfortable to be in an impromptu gotta fall asleep session, the back seat of the truck.
With the keys under the vehicle, of course.
Oh, no. You can leave it on, leave it running. You ain't got to worry about someone pulling up and knocking on your window here.
It is private property.
Extreme Outlaw in the staging lanes. Limited Outlaw parked right next to him. 550 had a call out to them.
.550, it's looking a little light. If we got any more of you guys out there, come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5. 550.
Extreme Outlaw, while it's quiet, before the action hits the track, there's a lot of people that make it possible for those cars to be rolling up into the staging lanes. Allen Pope Transmissions, Demore Construction, we want to thank Matt and Nora Gregory, Harry Phelps, John Bova, Kaz Racing, we want to thank Manzella Properties, Quill Diesel Repair, Scarlata Racing, Bennett and Linden Racing, Bad Billy Lieber, Jansen Motorsports, Resolution Racing, Thomas Fence Company, Superior Auto Care, Bad Billy Lieber again, that's how much he carries, he's on here twice. Precision Crank Works, that's right, Don and Kathy Kiekel go above and beyond for this track and all of the classes at this track. We want to thank Staub's Automotive, Joe Staub, the Staub family. I see you guys over there on the golf cart, drinking the coffee. That's right, we're going to get ready to do some racing action later today and all the Staub Automotive machines. We want to thank Morrow Auto Services, T&L Excavating, RJ Profab, and R&L Auto. All the names that give up the money, the big bucks, to put the cars in the staging lane and get them down track for the Empire Outlaws in the 585.
Top Dragster competitors, we need you to come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Again, Top Dragster, we need you guys in 8 and 9. Top Sportsman, you guys are going to be on standby. 550, pull it up into 5 and 6 instead of 4 and 5. So we are going to have to hold you guys off for a second. Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Top Dragster, we need you guys down in staging lanes 8 and 9. Staging lanes 8 and 9 for Top Dragster.
There's the rumble in the jungle, the thunder from down under. The first cars rolling into the water box as we get ready to go racing. Empire Outlaw style, that's right, August 9th, a beautiful Saturday at 10:31 a.m. Extreme Outlaw, the first two cars to take the track in the class. That's going to be Jim Bersani over in the Insinger right lane going up against Matt Gunther. Gunther in the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Two qualifying sessions for the Extreme Outlaws before they go ahead and do battle. First one away and first one down to the top end in a no-time race is going to win. That's right. I can't tell you how fast they went. I can give you a speed, but I can't give you an ET. I'll give you reaction times and everything I can give you. But outside of that, it is an old-school drag race. Here to there, you better get there first. If you don't, you're going home. Time trial mode, that's right. Qualifier number 1 to see how they are going to stack up before the redraw. Gunther's in first, Bersani not far behind. A to B, Gunther and Bersani. A little bit of smoke at the top end out of the Mustang. But Gunther gets down there first, door to door. A little bit late on the tree was Gunther's. He's got some reaction time work to do, but as far as mechanically, that thing is absolutely hauling the mail in 660 feet. Tony Tundrick, Mo Al-Faki, the Copper Camel over there in the Insinger right lane, the Ford Mustang, the Fox Body Ford Mustang going up against the step side Ford F-150 in the Land Pro left lane.
Tony Tondrick and Mo Alfaki. Mo is in the Insinger right lane in the Copper Camel. Both drivers getting away pretty good off the wet though. But Mo Alfaki's gonna get there first. Moving down through the 660 feet. Can't quite tell you the time or the speed, but man, that was quick for Mo Alfaki. Well, we've had Blue Ganell on the tech name for forever. I finally looked at the tech card. William Ganell over there in the Insinger right lane. He's going down track with a familiar face, hasn't been around here in a while, and that is Josh Mills. Mills is in the Land Pro left lane, driving the Barracuda. This is his return to drag racing after 2 years off, give or take.
I don't know if you know this, Trevor, but that is an actual Mills racecraft before Josh Mills was a human craft.
Correct. I did know that. I did know that Mr. Steve used to drive that car back in the day.
And then they found it, he bought it, and now it's back on the track, Land Pro left side, trying to qualify for Extreme Outlaw.
Needs a little help getting off the tree, but man, he was moving down through the 660 feet.
Well, Extreme Outlaw making their way off the top end of the track. Limited Outlaw getting set to roll into the water box next. 550 in the staging lanes. We called down top Dragster. Limited Outlaw first pair rolling up to the tree and out of the water box. Mark Visen. Land Pro or Insinger right side. Mike Smith, Land Pro left lane. Smith in the Chevy 2. Vincent in the Insinger right lane. That is, I want to say, a third or fourth generation Mustang. Not too good on the Mustang lineage. But we're going to go a shot in the dark and say it's a 08 Ford Mustang.
You're right around in the ballpark, Justin. That would be the S197 body style Mustang right there. Current generation is, I don't know, we're after the S550. Those just got removed. But those is right around that generation, 06, 08.
A to B, full throttle, nobody lifts, nobody backs down, and a close to 200 mile an hour pass between the two of them. Mike Smith got down there first on the last pass, and not too far behind was Mark over the Insinger right lane. Reaction time going to be a huge difference maker in this class. Limited Outlaw, not sure what the rules are between Extreme and Limited Outlaw. Nobody comes up here and tells us that much. They tell us, you know, who to thank, people to, basically to shake babies and kiss hands. But Not a whole lot on what goes on as far as what makes the car an extreme or a limited outlaw. Ian Hill, Land Pro, left side, the all-black first-gen Camaro. Tim Lubden out of Watertown, New York, over the Insinger right lane. He's in that third-gen Camaro. Battle of the bow ties. First round of qualifying. Doesn't matter who puts on the win light as long as both cars make it back with some data. Insinger right side having some sort of mechanical difficulty there on the launch. But Ian Hill, A to B. I got to tell you right now, I can't tell you the times, but I'm going to tell you right now, the last three cars to make full passes, it is going to be a reaction time drag race. Well, Wayne Turner, the mop man, seeing a couple little itty-bitty drops there into the Insinger right lane. As they go out there and make sure that track is absolutely perfect for every car that goes down here at Empire Dragway.
Well, Mike Kowalski and Chris Kubiati going to be the last two paired down for Limited Outlaw. Kowalski's over here in the Land Pro left lane driving the Dart Swinger. That thing is fucking beautiful. Beautiful machine over here in the Land Pro left lane. Going down track with Spencerport, New York's very own Chris Kubiati. Kubiati, right lane, driving the Camaro. got to work on getting off the tree, but Land Pro left lane makes a full A to a B pass, getting down there nice and smooth.
And we got the all-clear call. Pat Budd pulling off the top end of the track. The four-wheeler is going to come back around to its parking spot to get ready to make sure the top end's always nice and pretty for the cars going down track. 550. The first index class you guys are going to see on the property. We have 3 of them here today. 550, 650, and 7.0. All running a predetermined index. It is a 5/10 Pro Tree, 4/10 Pro Tree, sorry, just read that on the bottom of the screen. 4/10 Pro Tree, all the bulbs come on. They hit the bottom. The closest one to 550 this time down track is your number 1 qualifier. And attention in the pit, 650, 650, come on down to 11 and 12. 650, 650, come on down to 11 and 12. If you're running 650 and you want to make your first whack at it, you better get down to staging lanes 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Pete Kerpier, Tamara Gray. Gray over in the Voodoo Vixen Camaro. Pete Kerpier, the newer style Camaro. Land Pro left side, 550, the index between the two of them. 28 to a 73. As both cars are door-to-door down track. And your number 1 qualifier, Tamara Gray in the Voodoo Vixen, 551 with a 7. Puts her the closest so far to that 550 index in the class.
That's right, just 17 itty-bitty thou away from that magical 550 number. Next time down track, you're going to have Eric Turry, Charger in the Land Pro left lane, purging the nitrous. Watch the wheels come up on that machine. He's going down track with the street machine. That's right, that's got a license plate and a registration on the machine. Jason Benzik driving the Camaro in the in-singer right lane. Foul away from perfect was Turry as the wheels come up, but he is going to be two hundies too quick. He's got to slow it down just a little bit if he's going to want to run that magical 550 index. .650, we're looking for you guys down in 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. .650 index. Looking for you guys down in 11 and 12 on the hot pit side.
Jay Gallion. That gold Mustang Land Pro left side going up against Tom Cammerdiner. Tom, 550, the index. Both drivers going to try and be better than Tamara Gray. And neither driver able to get off the line as they take a slow roll down track. Alyssa Ardillo, Stephen Cartwright, Ardillo, Land Pro, left side, the beautiful Chevy Chevelle. Cartwright, the Ford Mustang, and the Insinger right lane. Tamara Gray, your number one qualifier as it sits. She was the closest, only 17 thou away from that perfect 550 index. Alyssa to the 331st, down track, a 554 to a 555. Tamara Gray still going to be your number one qualifier. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Top Sportsman, come on down to lane 6 and 7. If you're trying to be the fastest door car on the property, come on down to staging lane 6 and 7 for your first qualifier. Top Sportsman, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Brianna Edwards, one of few drivers on the property. Gonna let Tamara Gray qualify number 2 if she's got anything to say about it. Closest to 550 without going under is going to be your number one qualifier. Reaction times don't matter as both drivers are away perfect double 04s across the board, both of them. We're 4th thou away from a perfect light. And down track, it's going to be Brianna Edwards getting there a little bit too quick. 5:47 at 128 miles an hour. Steph Malice, Land Pro, left side, the Ford Mustang. Going to be taking on Mark True. Mark over there in the Insinger right lane. Both drivers trying to knock Tamara Gray off of that number 1 qualifying spot. 550 is the magic number. Tamara was 551 with a 7. Who is going to be closer? Steph Malice had the car rocking before the tree came down. That's going to throw on a big red bulb for her. As a 6:14 at 127 comes up, but Mark True, he is your new number 1 qualifier. He knocks off the Voodoo Vixen, but not by much. 550 with an 8, your new number 1 qualifying spot. As that brings up driver unknown, the horse with no name, the Chevy Camaro in the Land Pro left lane.
That's none other than Bob Bauer, Land Pro left lane.
That is the Bauer Racing Machine?
That's the Bauer Racing Machine, Land Pro left side.
Seema El Faki, this time Land Pro left side.
Justin, I'm going to cut you off for one quick second. Super Rod, Western New York Super Rod Association, 7-0. We need you in 9 and 10 on the hot pit side. 7-0 index. Come on down to staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot pit side.
Back to the action on track. Seema, Land Pro left side, the Copper Camel. That is the cousin of the original Copper Camel. And John Sally, Lamani in the right lane. Reaction time going to John, but your new number 1 qualifier, Miss 550 herself, Seema, goes 550 with a 0, sticking itty bitty 2 on the back of it. She was 2/10 thou away from a perfect 550 pass to take your number 1 qualifying spot. Go Land Pro left side and that Chevy too as he goes a 555 with the 1. Phil Scarlatta was next to him. He was 14th thou away from a perfect light, and it's going to be a 557 down at the top end. So Seema El Faki, your number 1 qualifier. Brianna Edwards, she was a little too quick. And Tamara Gray went from 1 to 3 in the qualifying order in the Voodoo Vixen for 550. That is only qualifying round number 1. They got another round to go before they shake up and get on a ladder in the 550 index class. Top Dragster in the lanes now, going to be rolling out into the water box. Is Iggy ready? to see who is the fastest, long, and skinny on the property.
Top Sportsman, looking for you guys down in staging lanes 6 and 7. Western New York Super Rod Association. That's right, name of the game 7-0 index. 7-0, we need you to staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot pit side.
And if you didn't get your tech card for 7-0, you got to see Jason Ofield. Jason Ofield has the tech cards for 7-0. Jason Ofield has the tech cards for Super Rod. Now it's probably a bad time to go ask him for one, but if you need your tech card for Super Rod, go see Jason Ofield. He is in the pits, pit spot C18. If you don't know where that is, ask a neighbor, ask a friend, ask a complete stranger. Somebody will lead you in the right direction. Well, the first two long and skinnies on the track, that is Cody Riome, Land Pro, left side, and Brett Bennett, Insinger, right side. Riome, that beautiful Finish Line Motorsports long and skinny, and Bennett, the Bennett Racing Machine, in the right lane. These drivers going to qualify by ET. That's right, they have a 5/10 full tree, which means all the bulbs don't get lit. They come down individually like they normally do for all the WDRA classes. And when they go into competition, it is a dial yourself, run your number, sportsman style drag race. 440 to a 449, Cody Riome, your number one qualifier as it sits, as the cars go down track. I have a feeling that that number isn't going to stick. Attention in the pit, attention in the pit, Super Rod, Super Rod. We want to see you in lanes 9 and 10. Super Rod, come on down to lanes 9 and 10. If you're running 7-0, come on down to the staging lanes, put it in lanes 9 and 10.
How about Jesse Bennett? Lady with the birthday earlier this week goes perfect on the let-go. Quad zips across the reaction time for Miss Jessica Bennett. Don Kiko was 6th out away from perfect, but there's no story there when Jessie goes quad zips.
Great reaction time by Jessica Bennett, but it's still not going to be the number one qualifier. Reaction time, not that important when it comes to top dragster. The name of the game, the fastest in 660 feet. Crystal Kerpier, Insinger, right side, the all-black, long and skinny, going up against John Cooper. Land Pro, left side, the red dragster, going to try and take the number one spot. 27 to a 009 off the ball to make it down to the top end of the track. It's going to be Crystal Kerpier with the quick time, 469 with a 4. John Cooper, he was a 481 in 660 feet, but nobody is going to be faster than Cody Riome just yet. He is still your number one qualifier with a 440. He may not be your buddy, pal, but that is Buddy Forrest. Insinger, right side out of Spencerport, New York. Craig Giordano. He won a 20K race here last year, and I do believe made it down to the final 4 cars the last time we did a $20,000 shootout in the Land Pro left lane. Qualifier. That was Buddy Forrest, 4:04 at 177 miles an hour, the fastest dragster we've seen all day.
Justin, I don't mean to I do not want to sell Mr. Buddy Forrest short at all, but Mark Romanowski's sitting over there in the Insinger right lane. Joe Masulo's over here in the Land Pro left, but we're going to talk about Mr. Romanowski for a second. He's got Wicked Maya on the side of that long and skinny now, and if you're wondering why it says Wicked Maya, well, he had a cat named Maya that he named after a character on the show Space 1999. That cat Maya had a wicked personality, and they've ran with the Wicked name on the car for the longest time. Well, unfortunately, that cat has since passed, and to honor Maya, they've added her name to the side of the long and skinny. So, Mark Romanowski in the Wicked Maya machine, Insinger right lane, going down track with Joe Sulo.
Out of all the dragsters that can get Buddy Forrest to run for his money, that is one of the faster dragsters. And he is going to take the number 1 spot, 4:03 at 185 miles an hour. Buddy Forrest was only 6 thou slower than Mr. Romanowski. Romanowski goes 4:03 with a 7. Buddy Forrest was 4:04 with a 3. 10-mile-an-hour split him at the top end. But it's not going to matter what the mile an hour is as long as the ET's quicker. Tyler Rudolph, Insinger, right side, the Wolf Trucking Machine. Going up against the Chatterbox himself. That is Craig Chatterton. Land Pro, left side.
Chatterton.
Number 1 qualifier. Chatterbox ends up shaking the tires, getting out of it and getting back into it. But you can see by the hash marks on the track, it got up into tire shake. And that pretty much sealed Chatterbox's fate all before the 660.
Tyler Rudolph, though, Insinger right lane, 006 off the let-go, 6 thou behind the green. Getting down track, 4:35 at 159 miles an hour for your reigning champion in Top Dragster Empire Outlaws competition. That's right, Tyler Rudolph won the Top Dragster class overall points championship for the Empire Outlaws last year. Looking to see what he can do here on the double points weekend. Rounding out Top Dragster here, man out of Blaisdell, New York. 1 thou behind the green with Salemi. Gonna get down through the 660, 430 at 159 miles an hour. Going to be putting himself number 3 on the qualifying sheet as we round out top Dragster first round of qualifying.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you got your tow vehicle in the winner circle or victory lane, just put it out of the way, clear a path. It is still a roadway. So as a thoroughfare, we do ask that you and your fellow competitors be mindful of all the other cars on the track. So please move your golf cart if it is in the staging lanes. Go ahead and put it somewhere else. Put it under the tower. Put it by the starting line, but, you know, don't block the thoroughfare for the cars coming back down the track. Vito Antonaselli, Land Pro left side. The brand new car. I think it's only 2 years old. He had it out last year, made a couple whacks with it. Been out to the Big L Lancaster. Got down Broadway a few times. His first time running top Sportsman with it here at Empire Dragway. Andy Gregory out of the Cavalier and into that Chevy Bel Air. First time qualifying here at Empire Dragway. 6 thou too soon. As Gregory puts up some smoke at the top end, puts it back down, and goes 474 at 154 miles an hour. Vito, 495 at 140. Top Sportsman, the fastest door cars on the property. They have to qualify. The fastest runs against the slowest. It is still a Sportsman-style bracket race. That's right, 5/10. Full tree means every ball comes down individually, just like they do in WDRA points. But the idea here is to be the fastest down to the other end of the track to get that number 1 qualifying spot. As Bill Stevens pulls back from the burnout box and decides to shut it down. Dirty Doug Linden, Land Pro left side, going to be making a freebie. Him, himself, and anyone else in that car getting the free pass. 660 feet. We are going to see where he shakes up on the qualifying list. 22 thou away from perfect. 508 at 135 miles an hour.
Justin, you're doing a lot of watching stuff going on down track I'm doing a little bit of watching what's going on behind the computer screen. We got Tony the Shoe in the chat.
Tony's in the chat.
We got Tony the Shoe in the chat saying shirtless Chatterton will go 420 to be #1 qualifier. Well, Mark Romanowski's here, Tony, and that man is wicked fast.
Yeah,
wicked Maya fast, you might say.
Unless you're going, about, what would be the number? 13 hundredths faster than 420, you're not going to be the #1 qualifier. Our #1 qualifier right now is a 403 with a 7. Our #2 qualifier is a 404 with a 3. And they were 10 miles an hour apart. 185 and 173, I want to say, were the two passes for #1 and #2. So you can be #3, #4. Heck, even Ricky Bobby, you can be 5th.
Yeah. But, dude, 185 miles an hour for Mr. Romanowski, 177 for Buddy Forrest. Lucas Salemi's right there, too, 159 miles an hour for him.
And this little bit of quiet time is brought to you by a leaky car part. That's right. If you got leaky car parts, you can always go to Napa Auto Parts, New Way Auto Parts. And if you got to work on them without any tools, you want to get a hold of the Mac Tools man. That's right. Casey Parmelli, 585-305-2834. The phone number you're going to want to call if you need some Mac Tools. We want to thank a lot of people here at Empire Dragway who make racing possible. Genesee Valley Shooting Supplies, Daryl's Place, one of the best diners that we know in Western New York. We want to thank Infinite Construction Solutions, Nundia Lumber, Lindsay Aggregate, Regional International, Burt's Lumber, Mills Racecraft, that's right, Steve Mills, working hard in the lanes, Josh Mills, going to be turning the nuts and bolts on that Barracuda today to try and run Extreme Outlaw. We want to thank Burdick's RV Center, Pelican Motors, that's right, John Pelican. Every time I say his name 3 times, he shows up, so I'll say it 2 more times for good measure. John Pelican, John Pelican, John Pelican, one of the prettiest Chevelles you will ever see grace the drag strip here at Empire Dragway, and it is street legal. That's right. If you ever get a chance to see that thing, he can pull out on the drag strip, win the race, and then go down the road to get ice cream, all legally. We want to thank Land Pro, that's right, the sponsor of the Left Lane, Pioneer Motorsports, Gunther Automotive, Precision Crankworks, Quill Diesel Repair, Fanero's Auto, that's right, the Lakeview Construction Fanero family has started an automotive repair shop. That's right. You can go see Zach Fanero for all your automotive needs at Fanero's Auto. Napa, like I said before, they got all the parts you could use. And speaking of car parts, we want to thank Factory Motorsports for putting the battery in the burnout box. Factory verified, proven is their motto. So if you need some parts and you can't get them at Napa, go ahead and look at Factory Motorsports. We want to thank Finger Lakes Machine and Davis World Trailers for everything they do here at Empire Dragway. They got the scrubber out. That's right. The little Zamboni going to be doing what it can to try and clean up that little bit of a mess we got there just in the burnout box before we roll in to 650 and 70. That's right. The last 2 classes on the track that are going to try and run a predetermined index where everyone else on the property either goes out the back door in an old school drag race or runs the number they ran in time trials. And we got the word from the track. Everything is nice, clean, and pretty for the final two cars in Top Sportsman qualifying. Going to tighten down the belts, make sure the brain buckets are on. As they fire them up, they are getting ready to roll into the water box. Charlie Emler Jr., Lampro left side in a proven car, the Top Sportsman Camaro. Going to try and take that number one qualifying spot. Going up an absolutely gorgeous newer style Camaro. That is John Schmidt. John over there, actually that's an 07 Cobalt from what it says on the screen, but I don't think so. So we're going to ask John Schmidt what that car actually is. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the pits and you want to see a beautiful piece of engineering, go take a look at that orange machine in the Insinger right lane. Emler's in and ready. Schmid lights him up. Both drivers having a little bit of issues before the 330 cone. Emler barely leads a playing card between him and the timing cone at the mile-an-hour mark. John Schmid, it looked like the tranny brake didn't hold. Not sure what happened there in round number one of qualifying, but they are going to get another stab at it before the next lap. And attention in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to be running pro for WDRA points, pro, you guys are on standby. We'll be calling you down in just a little bit. If you haven't gotten them off the trailer, if you don't have them warmed up, make sure you got your stuff in order. Pro, you guys are on standby. Pro is on standby. Here we go, 650. One of the last two index classes on the property. We have a 550 index, we have a 650 index, and we have the 7.0 Super Rod Series all on the property here today. Vincent Fragamani Land Pro left side, 650 the index. The closest to that big board time is going to be your number one qualifier. Brian Erath pulled up alongside next to him. Insinger right side, the Chevy Corvette. .006 with 35. Erath got away first down at the top end, though. Who's going to be closer? It's going to be Fragamani. 652 on the 650 dial-in. He was only 23 thou away from running the perfect 650 time, as he is your new number one and first number one qualifier in the Empire Outlaw 650 class. Matt Himes, Land Pro left side, the Deja Vu Boo Wagon. Going to be trying to run that magical number, going up against a Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane, driven by Cole Ferry. Ferry is 8 thou too soon on the let-go, as Matt Himes was 20 away from a perfect light down at the top end. It's going to be Cole Ferry qualifying better than Matt Himes, even though Matt Himes got there first. He got there just a little too quick. Driver unknown, Land Pro left side, that beautiful Chevy Monte Carlo. Oh, did you see the sequential taillights? Actually, it's a Grand National. I'm seeing the badges now. It's all so clearly now. Going up against Chris Scarlatta. Scarlatta, the Insinger right lane. I was told it was Bill Brooks, and Bill Brooks just ended up laying down a little bit of rubber there on the starting line, as Scarlatta goes 648 and 106 miles an hour. Mike Staub out of the Staub's Automotive Stable, one of 3 cars on the property that the Staub's group brings out to the track. 20 thou away from perfect as Bad Billy Labors in the Chevy 2 right next to him. He was only 7 thou behind Staub, which is 27 thou away from perfect. He's going to go 651 with a 2 and be your new number one qualifier in 650. Super Rod in the staging lanes. If you're going to be running 7-0 and you're not down there, you better get down there quick because you are late. We're going to be rolling them out into the water box next, and we need Pro on standby. Pro, we're going to call you up in just a few moments. Pro, WDRA points, Pro. We're going to call you down to 2 and 3, but you guys are on standby. 7-0 series, that's right. Western New York Super Ride rolling into the water box right now. These guys, just like 550 and 650, are going to be trying to go 7 seconds flat. It is a 4/10 pro tree, which means all the bulbs come on at once. Kirk Perry, the slap shot. Land Pro left side, 7 flat. The index they are trying to run, going up against Double O Joe Karosik. We didn't pull that name out of Cracker Jack box. Nope, he earned that one. He is over there in the Chevy Nova in the Insinger right lane.
Attention in the pits, pro competitors. We need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 2 and 3. Pro, we need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 2 and 3. Last on track, Double O Joe was 17 thou behind the green and is going to run 35 thou above that 7-0 dial-in, making him the #1 qualifier as we sit for now.
Jason Oldfield, Insinger, right side, the split window Corvette out of Rochester, New York. Going to be trying to take the #1 qualifying spot. Going up against Beth Saswick. Beth in the Ford Mustang, Land Pro left side, the head knocker machine. Separate them on the let-goes. That number's not as important as this number coming up. 699, stick a 7 on the back of it. Beth Seswick goes 3 thou under that #1 qualifying dead-on 7-0 spot. But Jason Oldfield flickers a bottom bulb to be 13 thou up front, 705 at 108 miles an hour. Charlie Semino, the man from Florida, coming up to New York, trying to get some cool weather during the summer months. He goes 15 thou too soon as Josh Williams, the Williams Racing Roadster, was 13 away from green and goes 706 at 117 miles an hour. Ed Ross, Land Pro, left side, the Chevy Camaro. Going to be trying to run 7 seconds flat. Going up against Tom Coonley, the prettiest ugly Nova you've ever laid eyes on. Coonley, out of Blaisdell, New York, 7 seconds, the index between the two of them. Ed Ross had somewhere to be. As he's done and gone, tree never came down, he's not going to be able to qualify. Coonley, though, 706 on that 7 flat index. Is going to give him a little data to work with. Rolling in to the next round of qualifying. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro, we want you in lanes 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Tyler Haleen, Die Hard. The Ford Maverick, Land Pro left side. Going up against Pete Maduri, the fun-loving criminal, over into the Insinger right lane. Maduri not able to come to the tree. He waves forward, says send that guy on his own. We have some issues. Is Tyler Haleen going to take the tree and try and qualify number 1 in the 7-second index class? 61 thou away from a perfect light as the Ford Maverick shuts off the big board. 7:03 at 108 miles an hour.
Pro competitors, we're looking for you guys down in 2 and 3. Got a pair of Camaros up front right now, but pro competitors, we need you down in 2 and 3. Joel Rivera standing down there in the leathers. Joel, is it hot down there? He gives the thumbs up. He says, I'm dying, man. Let's run us.
Mark Herbold, Land Pro left side this time, going to qualify for Super Pro, the Western New York Super Pro Series. Too soon was Mark Herbold as he gets down track at a 7:03 with a 5 at 120 miles an hour. As that concludes qualifying session number 1 for the Western New York Super Pro Super Rod Series, a 7-second index class racing here at Empire Dragway. Speaking of racing here at Empire Dragway, there's a lot of names we have to thank. We want to thank the Bob Johnson Auto Group, KAR Collision, FA Products, Gregory's Service, Insinger Performance, a sponsor of the right lane, the Insinger right lane. We want to thank Quick Cash Cans and Bottles, New Way Auto Parts, Next Home Brickswood, Valley Fuel, Factory Motor Parts, that's right, the big battery in the middle of the track, factory verified, proven. That is Factory Motor Parts. They're a new sponsor here at Empire Dragway this year. We want to thank Greg Fosco's Mac Tools. We want to thank AU Maintenance, Villinger Construction, MJ Dispensary, that's right, they got themselves a nice big old white sponsor board there, right in the shade of the starter tower. Wayne, give them a thumbs up. MJ Dispensary. That's right. That's where you get all your goodies if you know what you're looking for. MJ Dispensary is a new sponsor to the track this year as well. SMC Metals, Bell Rings Automotive Center, Staub's Automotive. We want to thank all of the Staub family and everything they do to bring all of the cars here to the track. They run about 3 to 4 cars any given weekend, and I got to tell you, that is as much of a full-time job as working the shop is, just to get those cars to the track. Though, thank you, Staub's Automotive and Staub's family, for everything they do. Gracie Heinrich, a year older yesterday. She's rolling up on her scooter. We want to say happy birthday to Gracie Heinrich, Mrs. Star Spangled Banner herself. And we want to thank Tony's Brake and Muffler and T&L Excavating and Paving. Another list of names and crews and families and businesses that donate what they can to keep racing here at Empire Dragway. Oh, so beautiful. Pat Bud Wayne Turner, Donnie down there on the stool. We got ourselves a great crew of track officials. Anyone in a red shirt that you guys see on the property, let it be known that they could be doing anything else with their time, and they are here making sure you guys are having the best time that you can have here at the Big E. Empire Outlaws, the 585, their Extreme and Limited Outlaw program here today. Western New York Super Rod Series, and of course, the WDRA Points Racing, boogieing it down to the championship. That's right, we're getting down to the final few weeks here at Empire Dragway that you can put some points in the tally sheet to try and secure the championship here for 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that you can always donate to the team finals. Anything means a lot here at Empire Dragway. All the teams going down there for the team finals are looking forward to a few donations. It's not easy, it's not cheap, and it's definitely not free to go drag racing week in and week out. When we ask you to go to Pittsburgh to, promote the team, promote the track, and do all the things you can do, we're always looking for a little help to do that. So if you have some donations for the team finals, you can bring them up to the towers. We take cash, cans, check, and or any other means of financial currencies here at Empire Dragway, and we just want to thank you in advance for anything you are willing to contribute, and we thank you week in and week out for your contributions here at the property. We got pro in the lanes. We're going to put street on standby, and Super Pro, you guys are going to be on standby as well.
Well, that was the shortest standby I've ever seen for street class. Street, why don't you guys come on down to stage lanes 8 and 9? We are looking for you guys for your first time trial. That's right. Get them off the trailer. Figure out what's going on. Street, we need you guys down in 8 and 9. Super Pro, you guys are going to sit on standby for just a second, as Justin Sass would say. We're going to put you guys on standby for just a second, Super Pro. But Street, we need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Pro competitors should already be down in staging lanes 2 and 3.
Kevin Fowler, Bad Brad Perkins. Somehow Brad Perkins got Daniel Fuller to get out of the driver's seat. So Kevin Fowler, Brad Perkins, the first two to take the track. 9th thou away from a perfect light as the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. As the Daniel French Camaro driven by Brad Perkins was just a little red to be 9:08 at 75 miles an hour. Neil O'Connell, Land Pro, left side in the big body Mopar, going up against Joel Rivera. Rivera on two wheels. Going to be 27 thou away from a green light, but so is Neil. As both of them get down track, a 5:68 the quick time, 121 miles an hour. As Neil, not far behind, goes a 7:79 at 89 miles an hour. Topless Timmy Antonora over there in the chop top Camaro. Had myself a small heart attack last night when he posted on the interweb that something had been sold. I said, don't tell me you got rid of my favorite car. He said, nope, she's sitting pretty at Empire Dragway waiting to do business. 70 thou the wrong way this time off the bottom bulb, but still goes 6:47 at 104 miles an hour. The horse with no name next to him clicks it off just a little bit sooner, 6:23 at 109 miles an hour. Joe Staub Jr. and Jesse Azzato. Azzato, the white Corvette. Staub over there in the Staub painted door machine. That's right, the Mopar in the Land Pro left lane. Like I said, one of the 4 Staub's Automotive Mopars here at the drag strip. They have 1 Chevy in the fleet, and it is a pretty car. Azzato, 6th thou away from a perfect light as the Corvette gets down to the top end. 570, 121 miles an hour for Jesse Azzato. This first round of time trial action doesn't count for anything but data in the book. Going to figure out what's going on with the car, if anything, knows what it's going to run, knows what the reaction times are going to be, and they figure out what they have to do to the car to make it that much more competitive going into the round that counts and the first round of elimination. Chris Adams, Land Pro, left side, the Chevy Vega, going to take a free swing for the data. Jerry Sarcuccia, the bottom bulb and Roadstar, next to him, 1:46 too soon. As Chris Adams with 53 green at 7:04, 95 miles an hour. Jeff Hetrick. Trevor Schwartz and Jeff Hetrick. 107 to 32. Hetrick got out first and gets down to the top end first. 696 at 97 miles an hour. Trevor Schwartz, the brother of Dangerous Dylan Schwartz, the kid that runs with scissors, ends up clicking it off at 7:10 at 93 miles an hour. Hi, I'm Deadly, Mr. Deadly. Land Pro, left side, the Firebird going up against Daryl Gilbert. Daryl's place owner and operator, one of the greatest diners in Western New York, was 001 thou away from a perfect light as he gets down to the top end, doing 664 at 101 miles an hour. Tom Reed, Colin Cahill. Reed, the weekly release Nova in the Land Pro left lane. Colin Cahill, the Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane.
Street competitors working for you guys down in staging lanes 8 and 9. Street, why don't you come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9 for your first round of time trials.
26 to 33. Tom Reed got out of there first. 26 thou away from a perfect light is down at the top end. It's going to be Colin Cahill crossing the finish line first. 6:58 at 103 miles an hour is your quick time.
Lynn Salisbury, the Ford Ranger in the Insinger right lane. He's out of Marion, New York, going down track with Brandon Iamale. Steiner Bros Tri-5 in the Land Pro left lane. He won here last weekend in one of the classes, one of the 3 or 4 classes that him and Killer Ken were entered in. It was so hard to keep track of them. I think it might have been no box, but we're going to have to get in touch with Brandon later and figure out what it was. He was 54 away from being perfect, and that's 54 thou too soon. Lynn Salisbury going to get down through the 660 first, though. 652 at 103 miles an hour for the man in the pickup truck. 692 at 87 for the man in the Tri-5.
Amy Reed, Land Pro left side, diamond in the rough. Mopar going to be trying to figure out what it's going to do. Going up against Nick. Well, that's going to be easy to mess up.
Nick Tantilano. Where do you see an end in that? A second end in that, Justin?
It's somewhere before
You just
the
like
hour.
to throw two ends into everything. Senkind.
Everyone gets an extra end.
Everybody gets an extra end. Senkind, Tantanalo, 733 for the man in the Insinger right lane. Amy Reed, though, going to get through the 660 first. 676 at 101 miles an hour for the lady driving Diamond in the Rough. Ron Jewell, driver unknown. Two cars going down track. Ron Jewell going to have a little bit of an issue, and he's not going to take the tree. Going to try it again and be 18 thou too soon off the let-go. Getting down through the 660, 677 at 96 miles an hour for the man wheeling the 70 Chevelle.
Here comes Killer Ken-I Malley, the turd hurdler Chevelle Land Pro left side. Going up against Frank Fontana. Fontana, the Chevy Camaro, into the Insinger right lane. Thou away from a perfect light as Killer Ken-I Malley as Frank Fontana is early. 68 thou too early to be exact. As Killer Ken clicks it off, 592 at 113 miles an hour.
Attention in the pit, Super Pro, that's right. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. We need you in 4 and 5 for your first round of time trials. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. We need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5, overflow to 6 and 7 for your first round of time trials.
Mike Hickey, Land Pro left side, had a lot of good fortune in the last couple of weeks. Picked up a win in the foot brake class, a bottom bulb class ahead of Lancaster. Then ended up being in the final 3 cars, I want to say, last night, as he tries to do the same here at Empire Dragway. 106 green, going 667 and 99 miles an hour.
Sam DeMario, 82 Firebird Land Pro left lane. Going down track with his father, Mike DeMario. Now, Mike we normally see in like an orange, copper, burnt, sunrise colored Camaro, but he's driving John Little's Mustang today. Puts the Camaro on the back bumper one too many times, hurt the engine, and finds himself in the rental ride. John standing over there on the return road watching the action.
Away from a perfect light is Mike DeMario in the Ford Mustang. 637, 107 miles an hour as Sam DeMario gets down to the finish line just a little bit quicker. 603 at 114 MPHs. Matt Himes, Deja Vu Boo Wagon. He's running 650, and here he is running pro. Going up against Pat Toomey. Toomey over in the street ride, that's right, the Pontiac Firebird. 52 to a 76. Toomey was 20 thou behind and is going to be a lot further behind at the finish line. Matt Himes, he was 6:48, 104 miles an hour. Toomey goes 8:27 at 84 big ones. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the baddest off the bottom bulb, going to be making his first time trial run in the Land Pro left side. And Richie Laberi, that beautiful Chevy Monte Carlo in the Insinger right lane. 48 to a 27. The Mopar is a day late and $1 short on the first let go. He's got a little bit of work to do going into round number 2, that round that counts of time trials, but he's going to go 6:83 at 98 miles an hour. Laberi, he was quicker of the two. He goes 6:22 at 110. Joe Buchella, the high-flying Firebird in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Jim Parnick. Jim out of Mansfield, PA, made the drive out here to run WDRA points in pro over the Insinger right lane. 0088 thou away from a perfect light is Joe Buchella. As he gets down to the top and it goes to 6:46 at 104 miles an hour. Mr. Parnick not far behind, though. He goes 7:43 at 91 big ones. Here comes the Ozzy. The Ozman, Ozzy Williams, the Dodge Dart over the Insinger right lane. He's out of Hamburg, New York, going up against driver unknown. Allen is all the information we have on the driver in the Land Pro left lane. 93 to a 39. The reaction times are the same but backwards. As Ozzy Williams got out first and gets down there for 6:72 at 101 miles an hour. Fast Eddie Sumlich over there in the Insinger right lane. The West Seneca native driving the 68 Chevy Nova 2, going up against Sam Capizzi Jr. out of Rochester, New York, driving the Dodge Daytona Super Stocker. Someone give Fast Eddie a cold at Jenny. He's got to wake up. He hasn't had his morning coffee yet. But Sam Capizzi Jr., 6'12", 110 miles an hour from here to there, is going to make the Dodge Daytona. Put some data in the bank and get ready for the round that counts coming up in just a little bit. Street, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. We're rolling you into the water box right now. Street, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. And Super Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. If you're going to be rolling off the top bulb, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Junior Gerbowski, the Chevy Aveo over the Insinger right lane, and DJ Donnie Razor, Land Pro left side. The bell rings, automotive machine, Mr. NHRA, IHRA Superstock himself. He is on Wall of Fames. He has got Wallies on the shelf. He has got little Ironmans in the trophy cabinet as well, as he goes 82 too soon on the let go, going for the data. But down track, DJ Donnie Razor, 793, 89 miles an hour. The little Aveo's still going. He clicks it off, 1272 at 55 miles an hour. Now, not to be discouraging, it's not about how fast you do it. It's about how consistent you do it. So if that little Aveo can do that again and again and again and again, he will be your street champion here at Empire Dragway. Double Oski, Jim Subchinski, Land Pro, left side, the GMC pick-em-up truck going up against Gary French. French out of Waterloo, New York, in the 82 Buick, the Illegal Regal. Going to try and get some data here in round number 1 of time trials. He is 56 thou too soon as the red bulb comes on. Double O Subchinski. Double Oski from here to there, 932 at 74 miles an hour. Andy Beeman going to be pulling up now in the Chrysler. Land Pro left side going up against Jim Zagarelli. Jim Zag, the C10 pick-em-up truck in the Insinger right lane. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're at the grandstands and you're looking at the track and you're going, how do I get my car out there? Well, it's quite simple. It's a lot simpler to get it out there than it is to win the race, but it's very simple to get it out there. When you roll in next week, tell them you want to run street. They're going to give you a tech card. You're going to fill out the tech card. And I advise you to watch a few, if not a whole bunch, of YouTube videos on what bracket racing is. It's a simple concept. You get 2 time trials, sometimes 1 if you're big money racing, but normally 2. And the idea is that you want to get as close to a perfect green light as you can and then run the same number that you ran in time trials all day long. The idea is if you go just a little bit too fast, then that dial in, it's called a breakout. And if you break out, it's an automatic disqualification. It's kind of our way of keeping you honest about what you're saying it's going to run, because it's the only way that this handicap head start style of drag racing works. So, again, if you want to get into street, it's easy to do, it's very cheap, and it's a lot of fun. It could be your way into this amazing drug we call drag racing. It is a very expensive addiction, but it is very cheap to get hooked fast. And that's what every one of these cars in street competition is doing here today. Couple driver unknown rolling into the water box, out of the water box and up to the tree. Chevy Camaro, Dodge Challenger. The Camaro's got a whole bunch of stickers, and man, did that thing hop out of the hole. 72 away from a perfect light as the Dodge was 44, and down track, an 817 is just behind the 788 run at 86 miles an hour out of the Insinger right lane. Tyler Spilak, the Tint Shop Ford Mustang, an Empire native here at the drag strip. Going up against the Chevy Malibu Land Pro left side. Green was the Tint Shop Ford Mustang as the Malibu got out just a little bit too soon, throwing on the red bulb. 802 at 86 miles an hour in the Land Pro left lane. And Tyler Spilak going 776 at 90 miles an hour. Brad Perkins, Land Pro left side this time of the Daniel French Chevy Camaro, doing double duty. Going to try and put that thing in victory lane. 11th out too soon this time down track. As the Ford Mustang next to him got the quick time, 782 at 91 miles an hour. and Super Pro in the staging lanes, getting ready for their first-time trial here at Empire Dragway. If you're running off the top bulb and you haven't made a time trial, this is your first chance to do so. If you're not down in the staging lanes for Super Pro, you are late. We're going to be rolling into the water box. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. If you are not in the water or in the staging lanes, you are late. Super Pro time trial number 1, rolling into the water box. Rolling out of the water box, that is Kane Gregory. Gregory, the long and skinny, out at the 60-foot cone right now. Little Willie, William Balzer, Lamb Pro left side. He just got done with his burnout as he goes rolling up from the water box. Kane Gregory started his career in a Ford Fusion. Long gone are those days. Here he is going twice as fast, I guess you could say, as a Ford Fusion would go. Out of Lakeview, New York. And Little Willie, William Balzer. He's had some issues with that car as he tries to figure out what it's going to do today. Trip, zip, 7 for Kane Gregory. All zeros on the big board. Stick a little bitty 7 down on the back of it. He was 7/10 thou from an absolutely perfect light as he goes 499 to 135 miles an hour. Little Willie not far behind, 667, 102 after being 48 thou past the green light. Daniel Fuller, Lamb Pro left side, the new dragster to him, the blue long and skinny. Gonna try and get some data. Going up against Sean Montgomery. Montgomery, the Malibu in the Insinger right lane. To a 16, Montgomery got out of the hole first, but it's going to be Fuller getting down to the cone first. 547, 124 miles an hour as Montgomery was a 598 at a $115 at the big end. Joel Rolfe, Lamb Pro left side, going up against Rick Mann, the unfinished business Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 17 away from green is Rolfie. Was the closest to a perfect light. Rick Mann, though, not far behind. He was 23 green, 5:55 at 120 the quick time. Rick Mann goes 5:61 at $1:22. Turbo Mike Florin out of Rochester, New York. The 78 Firebird and Land Pro left side. Going up against Mr. Precision Crank Works himself. That's Don Kegel in the Insinger right lane. 47 to 27. 20 foul split them as they get down track. The long and skinny is going to put on the light first. 486, 139 miles an hour. The door car, though, 675 at 99 big ones. Jeff Griffo. Jeff Griffo, Lamb Pro, left side, the Griffo painting S10. Tom Crewer just went to some Pro Bracket radios as he tries to get that thing figured out. 24 thou away from perfect, goes 570 to $126, 660 feet later. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're out there and you know who these little children are, Nico Giordano and Colin Masulo volunteered to sell 50-50 tickets for us. That's right. So if you see two kids walking around with a 5-gallon bucket with a stack of tickets, you can get yourself into the 50-50 program here at Empire Dragway. We are selling 50-50 tickets. Two children are going to be walking around with a 5-gallon bucket and a roll of tickets. That is Nico Giordano and Colin Masulo. We want to thank them immensely for their contributions here today. If you find them, give them some money, they'll give you some tickets, and you are going to be in the run for half of whatever we collect. That's how 50-50 works here at the Big E. Zoe Von Soar, 22 thou away from a perfect light, ends up going 704 at 91 miles an hour. The long and skinny next to her, though, 482 at $143. And here comes Howie Samard. Howie, Lamb Pro, left side, the Chevy. Chevelle in the Lamb Pro left side. Going up against Alan Runyons, Insinger right lane. Runyons, 4 thou away from perfect, as Howie was 7 thou too soon off the let go. Throws on the red ball, but it's all about the data. 6:39 at 104 was just a little bit slower than Alan Runyons, who went 5:18 at $132. John Cooper pulling double duty. That's right, he's running top dragster and he's running Super Pro 4 points. Over there in the Insinger right lane, going to see what the dragster can do for another run here in round one of time trial action. And, of course, Empire's most eligible bachelor. That is Dirty Dan Heinrich, the Chevy Cobalt, the Heinrich Racing Machine. Land Pro, left side, going to try and see what it's going to do. $19 green to a 15 a ride. John Cooper clicks it too soon as he goes 477, 144 miles an hour. But Brad Heinrich, 581 at 116 miles an hour. Kevin Simard Sr. this time, Land Pro left side. The son of Howie Simard and the son of Kevin Simard right there in the back of the car, making sure everything's A-OK. That's little Kevy. He started driving this year, but this time he is on crew chief duty. Kevin Simard, Land Pro left side, and Neil Onderdonk. Neil, the rear engine Chevy pick-em-up truck. No stranger to being perfect on the tree. Let's see what he does here. 10th thou away from a perfect light as he puts it up and sets him back down. I think Neil noticed a door was open as he ends up just taking a half throttle pass down track, 870 at 72 miles an hour. Kevin Simard Sr., 51 away from a perfect green light.
Justin, I'm
671 at 100 miles an hour.
Justin, I'm not too sure who Kevin Simard Jr. is, but Robin Banks was down there, crew chiefing behind Simard Sr.
Tom Frank, Land Pro left side, going up against Pete Maduri. Pete Insinger right lane. He had a couple mechanical issues there in the first round of qualifying. This might be his first A to B pass. Tom Frank, it's his first time seeing the tree here at Empire Dragway. 20 thou too soon, an 8 thou red light as well. Neither driver goes green, but Tom Frank 599 at 111 miles an hour. As Pete Maduri, he's running that 7-second super rod class. Would have been your number one qualifier as he goes 770, sticking 8 on the back of it at 111 miles an hour. Joe Raleigh, Land Pro left side, that absolutely gorgeous Chevy Camaro, the Z28 style. Going to be trying to get the data going against Sean Fuller. Sean out of Lewiston, New York, in the Malibu, the LS-powered Malibu. Him and his brother got a good, strong hold on them LS motors. As he goes 5 thou too soon, the red bulb comes on. And Joe Raleigh was 16th thou away from perfect, 581, the quick time between the two of them. Sean Fuller not far behind, though, 675 at 100 miles an hour. Ron Schillinger, the loving husband to the late Marlena Schillinger, father of our friend Jeffrey Schillinger. Jeffrey giving a thumbs up. He's ready to go racing all day long as we get ready to do the Marlena Schillinger Memorial Race in just a few weekends. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're doing nothing, or if you're doing something, you better cancel your plans. You better get down to Empire Dragway for the Marlena Schillinger Memorial Race in 2 weeks. Super Pro going to be running for the big bucks, that's right. Is Ron Schillinger, Land Pro left side, is doing the same today. The Nugget herself, though, clicks at 9 red, Deanna Nugent. 505, 134 miles an hour. Ron Schillinger, 694 at 96 miles an hour. Billy Balzer Jr. Big Daddy Bill Balzer. That's the name on the side of the car. Land Pro, left side, the Dodge Duster. Going up against Jason Subchinski. Jason, his brother Jim, and Mike all racing today. I don't think Mike is, but I know he does. But Jim and Jason, they got the cars out here. 47 green to a 53 red. Balzer gets away green and down track goes 569, 119 miles an hour. Subchinski, he was too quick on the let go and goes 630 at 107 miles an hour. Angelo Ragusa, the Chevy Vega Wagon Land Pro left side, and Dave Marco, the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. Ragusa, 5 thou too soon. As Marco goes 12 thou green, 508, 153 miles an hour. Jack Riome, Cody Riome's father. It's a father-son duo in the Finish Line Motorsports machines. This time the Roadster Land Pro left side. Going to be trying to get the data going up against Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air, who's double-classed in Pro and Super Pro. Trip, zip, 4 from Brandon I. Malley, who's 4/10 thou away from a perfect light, as Jack Riome with 7 thou away from a perfect light. Both drivers get down to the top end, clean and green, 5:36, the quick time of the Roadster. As Brandon I. Malley wasn't far behind, he goes 6:81, 99 big ones. Johanna Cottrell and driver unknown. Cottrell, the Ford Mustang, Land Pro left side, goes 19 red. His driver unknown in the Monty clicks it 35 too soon, but goes 569 in the 8th mile at 120 miles an hour. Money Mark Talmadge, Land Pro, left side, going up against Brian Moore. Nevertheless, always more. That's Brian Moore in the Insinger right lane. Trip, zip, 6 for Money Mark Talmadge as Brian Moore clicks at 2 thou red as he goes 6:37, 106, but 5:90 at a $1.14 is your quick time out of Money Mark Talmadge in the Land Pro left side. Chevy Money Malibu. Here comes old man Kenny Dillon. Land Pro left side this time. And Carl Bollinger. Carl, he's out of Williamsville, New York. That's not an 80 Plymouth. But you know what? It would be a better looking 80 Plymouth than an 80 Plymouth could have been. 15th thou red goes Bollinger. As Kenny Dillon was 27th thou away from a green light. as he goes 636, 106 miles an hour. Brandon Chinden, Lamb Pro left side, the S10, going to try and get some data against Bob Huck Toohey. That's right, Bob Toohey. He's in the Chevy Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Chinden had the better light. Down track, he's going to get there first. 577, 117 miles an hour. Super Pro round one of qualifying action. It doesn't matter if you win, doesn't matter if you lose. It just matters that you get the data going down track so you know what the car is going to do before you get into round number one of eliminations. Killer Ken Imalley also pulling double duty. He is in the Turd Hurdler Chevelle in Singer right lane. And Mr. Spray and Slide himself, that is Jeffrey Subchinski in the gold Camaro. Double 04 for Spray and Slide as the Camaro gets away first. Not too far behind was Killer Ken. And down at the top end, the gold Camaro is going to put on the big board number first. 590, 113 miles an hour, but only 2 hun behind was Killer Ken Imalley going to 592 at $114. Zell Gaiman and Jesse Azzato going to make a pass now. Zell Gaiman, the hard-hitting daddy Chevy Lumina Lamb Pro left side. And Jesse Azzato, the Insinger Corvette right side.
Attention in the pits, Empire Outlaws. Get them ready. Start getting them ready. Off the jack stands, whatever you got to do. We're going to be moving into track prep here in a second. So, Empire Outlaws, get the cars ready. We're going to be calling you into a second. This is your official standby call. Outlaw Extreme, Outlaw Limited, 550. You guys are going to be the first 3 up. So, Empire Outlaws, this is your official standby call. We're going to be moving into track prep as soon as Megan Kochi and Mr. Wait, hang on. Who's driving the car this week? It's Willie Stroker. Mr. Stroker in the Land Pro left lane is driving the G-Spot. He kicked Ty out last second. Ty was supposed to get the seat today.
Yeah, Mr. Tanis, we were excited to see his debut in the car, but obviously there was a little bit of driver, car owner miscommunication there, and Mr. Tanis, Ty Tanis, was going to run the car today, but we got Willie at the helm, Willie Stroker. Going to see what he can do.
Mr. Stroker is going to be 32 thou behind the green. He gets away 30 thou in front of Mr. Kochi, and he'll get down through the 660, 3/10 quicker. 599 at 116 miles an hour for the man in the G-Spot. As Fabulous Paul, 635 at 108.
Now, that is a family with a lot of cars, a lot of different drivers. They do also have the, what's the name of the Daytona?
Oh,
Pilgrim.
The Pilgrim.
Was driven by Wilma Fingerdew. She did real good.
She did okay.
She wasn't bad. She came out 1 week. Wilma Fingerdew did real good. Eaton Beaver, the primary car driver as of last year. He hasn't made a return this year yet. Eaton Beaver, he did phenomenal in that car last year. But Wilma Fingerdew, probably the best driver of the pair of drivers we've had in the Pilgrim. And again, it's a car, it's a multi-car stable. So this family from Canada has a lot of family members that all go, different branches of the tree. They They definitely span out. None of them have the same last name, which is wild in my mind, that they're all related. But Mr. Ty Tanis, he was going to run it today, and Willie, he ended up getting thrown in the seat. So Willie Stroker, he just made the last pass in that car. But again, the cars that they have, Will Mafinger do. Howie does real good. Howie Felter Snatch, he's another one that's phenomenal behind the wheel of a car.
Howie drives a Malibu. That's a completely separate entity. Howie, he drives a Malibu for B-Saw Racing, and he's out of America, in Marion, New York, actually, not Canada. I think you're getting.
Howie got to drive in that Canadian car, but it's all right. We'll I like his number. What is it? T1 T5.
T1 T5 for Mr. Felter
Howie
Snatch.
Felter Snatch. Yeah, phenomenal name and number combo.
So Mr. Mo Alfaki going to be the first guy down into the staging lanes. Empire Outlaws, we are starting track prep. We are starting track prep for second round of qualifying for the Empire Outlaws. So this is your second official actually, standby call for the Empire Outlaws.
And attention in the pits, Mr. Moorhead. Mr. Moorhead, Craven Moorhead, we need you to pit spot 1B. Craven Moorhead, we need you to pit spot 1B. You've been requested. To Jeff Hetrick's pit spot, Craven Moorhead, we need you to pit spot 1B. Thank you in advance. Attention in the pits. We need Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, and 550 down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw to 11 and 12, hot car side. Limited Outlaw, you guys are going to park it right next to them, 9 and 10, hot car side. And 550, the Index Racing class with Empire Outlaws. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. So Extreme Outlaw, 11 and 12, Limited Outlaw to 9 and 10, and 550. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw in 550. Come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, come on down to 11 and 12 hot car side. Limited Outlaw, bring it on down to 9 and 10 on the hot car side. And 550. We want to see you in lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pits. First time call for Top Dragster. Top Dragster, the fastest long and skinnies on the property. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Top Dragster. Top Dragster. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Extreme Outlaw rolling out of the water box past the 60-foot cone, smoke in the tires, getting ready for their second qualifying pass. Mo El Faki, Land Pro left side, the Copper Camel. Going up against Tony Tundrick. Tony, the Ford F-150 pick-em-up truck in the Insinger right lane. Old school drag racing, that's right. No brackets, no handicaps. Here to there, if you're not there first, well, you're going home. It is qualifying round number 2. This is just for the data. So if you don't put on the win light, it's not over just yet. But it's going to give you a good idea of what you're in for going into round number 1. Neither driver excited about throwing on that bottom bulb first. Tony, Mo. Might as well put it in park. We got ourselves a staging duel. Donnie giving them the sign. You guys want to race, you better get up to the tree. Tony's there. Mo puts it on. Tony lights the tires. Mo does the same, just a little bit further out. Down track, all of the data is they're going to get is from the 60-foot. Both cars going to have to back it down for that next round, the first round of eliminations. Next two set to take the tree in Extreme Outlaw. That's Jim Bersani, Land Pro left side, and Matt Gunther. Matt, he's got one sweet piece. That Chevy Camaro Insinger right side. We got ourselves a no-time race, and we're going to find out who's got the nuts and bolts put together better. This time, down track, Bersani. Ford Mustang Cobra. Gunther, Chevy Camaro, Insinger, right side. Both drivers try putting it to the wood. They found out what they can't do, as both of them slow drastically before that mile-an-hour mark. As we get into the final two cars in Extreme Outlaw. William Gannell, the blue Malibu in the Land Pro left lane, going up against the Mills Racing Craft Machine, piloted by Josh Mills. Racing Craft goes A to B, 165 miles an hour through the traps. It's not about how you put it down, it's about where you put it down. And Josh Mills trying to make sure that thing can haul the mail 660 feet before they get into round number 1 of eliminations. Limited Outlaw in the staging lanes. They're going to roll out next for their final qualifier. Limited Outlaw, first 2 out of the water box and up to the tree. Mark Vinson and Ian Hill. Vinson, Lamb Pro, left side, the Pro Charged Ford Mustang. Ian Hill, he's in the Insinger right lane. In the all-black Chevy Camaro. Mark, pre-stage bulb lit first. Ian Hill, not too far behind as he gets ready to find the tree. The cars are winding up the RPMs. The tree comes down, away they go. Both of them have some problems trying to get out past the 60-foot. Limited Outlaw action set to resume here at Empire Dragway. Tim Lubdell, Land Pro, left side, the Chevy Camaro. Going to try and get some data against Michael Kolanowski. Michael over there in the Insinger right lane in the Dodge Dart Swinger. Tires off before the 60, but the Dart goes A to B, trying to spin the world the opposite way. Chris Kubiati going to try and take the left lane down track this time, the Chevy Camaro. And attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman. Come on down to lane 6 and 7. Top Sportsman. If you are trying to qualify to be the fastest door car on the property, Top Sportsman. Come on down to lane 6 and 7. Chris Kubiati doing an extra burnout there on the starting line for us. Coached his way down track as he gets no pertinent information from that pass. .550, their final qualifying attempt here in the index class, the fastest index class we have for Empire Outlaws. 550, the time they have to run. And 660 feet, you can do whatever you have to do to the car to get it closer to that time, but you can't change the time itself. Tamara Gray, Land Pro, left side. She was your #1 qualifier for about 2/3 of the class until somebody knocked her off the top of the mountain, and then somebody knocked them off as well. The Voodoo Vixen Camaro going to try and get just a little bit closer to that 550 index as she pulls up alongside Robert Bauer Sr. Big Bobby, 550 the index, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 60 to a 70 forward reaction times and down the track. It's going to be the Voodoo Vixen qualifying a little bit better. It's not going to better her spot on the qualifying ladder, but Robert Bauer, he ends up going just a little bit faster than that 550 index time. Jason Benzik and Eric Turry. Eric, Insinger, right lane, the big body Mopar. The Dodge going to try and go 550. As Jason Benzik, Mr. 550 himself, tried to slow it down a little bit compared to his last lap. Going to try and go 550 as well. 28 to a 41. Turry got out of the hole first and down at track. A 551 is going to be your new number 3 qualifier, as a big body Plymouth goes 126 miles an hour in the 8th. Tom Cammerdiner, Land Pro left side, and Brianna Edwards. Edwards in the Buick in the Insinger right lane. 550 the index, 4/10 the Pro Tree. Green to a 22 red. Brianna Edwards throws on the red ball, but goes a 556 down at the top end of the track. Tom, he has some sort of mechanical issues, shuts it off early and goes a 10:01 at 57 miles an hour. Pete Kerpier, the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane, and Seema El Faki, the cousin of the Copper Camel. Seema, I do believe, is your number 2 qualifier as it sits in the 550 index. She's actually your number 1 qualifier. 550, stick a 0 on the back and a 2 in the tiny spot. It's going to be real hard to knock her off the top of that qualifying ladder. 18 to a 39. Kerpier out of the hole first, but Seema gonna get down there first. She goes dead on again. 550 with a 6, stick a 2 on the back of that. Her first run and her second run only 6 thou apart, as the car goes down track to get the data and come back qualified number 1 for round number 1.
Attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. We're looking for you guys down in staging lane 6 and 7. Top Sportsman, come on down to staging lane 6 and 7.
One-thou split them on the tree. Escarlata gets down there. 550, stick a 0 and a 7 on the back. He is going to number 2 on the qualifying ladder. Alyssa Ardillo this time in the Land Pro left side, going up against Joe Morrow. Joe Insinger right side, the 71 split bumper Chevy Camaro.
$650 index. We need you to come on down to staging lanes 9, 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. $650. Come on down to 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. Western New York Super Rod 7-0. You guys are on standby. 7-0, you're on standby.
006 now away from perfect light is Morrow as he goes 556 in the 8th mile. Ardillo just a little bit faster though on the run, but a little bit too far behind on the tree. John Sally, Steph Malice, Steph in the purple Mustang, Sally in the Monte Carlo. 5:50 the index time between the two of them. Who is going to be closer? So far, we have cemented number one. 210 thou is the off number you can be. You got to be 110 thou better than Sima El Faki. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Rod, Western New York Super Rod. Come on down to lanes 9 and 10 in the hot car side. 7-0, Super Rod. Come on down, hot car side. 11 and 12.
Super Rod, you guys are in staging lanes 9 and 10. 650, we need you to 11 and 12. Again, Super Rod, 7-0, we need you guys to staging lanes 9 and 10. 650, we need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 11 and 12, both on the hot pit side.
Got ourselves a mom race this time at the tree. Jacob Edwards, the Fox body in the Land Pro left side. And Jay Galliant, the gold Mustang in the Insinger right lane. To a 60, 15 thou, the split up front down track. It's going to be a 54 to a 65. Jay Galliant way behind on the big board number is Jacob Edwards. He qualifies just a little bit better than he did last lap down.
Steven Cartwright, Fox body in the Land Pro left lane. He's going down track with the Camaro in the Insinger right, driven by Mark Trow. Steven's currently qualified number 11 on the list. 5:55, stick a 3 on the back of it. Was his first pass down the track. Mark Trow over there in the Insinger right's qualified number 3 at the moment. 5:50, 8 thou away from perfect. Under 22 thou away from perfect in the left lane, 14 thou away from perfect in the right. Steven Cartwright, though, he's going to run at 5:53 and move up on the list just a few spots. Mark Trow going to stick it right in number 3 spot, keep himself there, and find himself on the ladder.
Top Dragster. Second and final round of qualifying. Hitting the track right now. Brett Bennett, Lampro left side this time, going up against Cody Rio. Cody, the Finish Line Motorsports machine, pulled into the right side. Fastest qualifier is your number one qualifier. Everyone is trying to gun down to Mark Romanowski. Mark, he is 4:03 with a 7. Your number 2 was a 4:04 with a 3. As that is how the long and skinnies shake down for spots 1 and 2 in qualifying. Bennett, again, this time, Land Pro, left side. Cody, Riom, and Singer, right lane. Bennett, 65, green goes 441, Riom 442 this time, and the Insinger right lane. Don Keekle, Mr. Precision Crankshafts himself, Land Pro left side. Craig Chatterton, the Chatterbox. Not up there next to him, that is Craig Giordano. On the red bulb. 484 to a 482. Giordano got there just a little bit faster.
650. We're looking for you guys down in staging lanes 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. Western New York Super Rod 7-0. We're looking for you guys as well. 9 and 10 on the hot pit side for 7-0. 650, 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. Come on down to the staging lanes.
Mr. Double Duty, John Cooper, the long and skinny, running in Super Pro for points and Top Dragster for points as well. He's over the Insinger right lane. Crystal Kerpier pulled up, Land Pro left side this time in the all-black Dragster. Kerpier throws it 3,000 red as John Cooper, 478, 144 miles an hour. Jessica Bennett, Insinger, right side. The Jessica Racing Dragster, the Bennett Linden car out of the Bennett Linden stable. Lucas Salemi, Land Pro left side. Looks like we are just trying to get one of the buggies off the top end of the track. Top end's all clear. They get the order to fire them back up as they get ready to better their spots in qualifying round number 2 for Top Dragster. Salemi, Landpro, left side. Bennett, Insinger, right lane. Well, Salemi got the surprise of his life. The training brake didn't hold. It gets out of the bulbs, and down track it goes. 4:36 at about 59. He's going to remain your number 3 qualifier. As Bennett was 4:73 at a buck 44. Mark Romanowski, your number 1 qualifier. Land Pro, left side. He was 4:03 with a 7 last time down track. He is going to be trying to run alongside the mysterious Joe Masulo. Joe Insinger, right lane in the blue and white, long and skinny. 15 to a 009. 6 stops separate him up front. And a 3:96 for Romanowski as he batters his number 1 qualifying attempt, 186 miles an hour out of the Dragster in the Land Pro left lane. I'm not your buddy, pal, but that is Buddy Forrest. Land Pro, left side this time in your number 2 qualifying Dragster. Chatterbox, Craig Chatterton. And Singer, right side. He is going to try and take that number 3 spot to the best of his abilities. Romanowski, he ended up goes a 3:96 at 186 miles an hour to secure the number 1 spot. Buddy Forrest, we're going to see what he has in the tank in the Land Pro left side. Chatterbox, he's got a lot of work to do if you want to make that thing go to the number 1 spot. One foul, spin him on the tree. Buddy Forrest had a wiggle and a shake, but he's going to go 4:05 at 176. Chatterbox, he still is having mechanical issues with that thing as he goes 6:10 at 82 miles an hour. And we're going to roll right into Top Sportsman qualifying round number 2. The last chance they have to qualify better than they did the first time out. Charlie Emler Jr. Insinger, right side, the Chevy Camaro going up against Mr. 470 himself. That is Andy Gregory. Andy usually driving the the fastest Chevy Cavalier you'll ever see, this time in this gorgeous Chevy Bel Air. Both drivers away and green, 425 to a 438. Charlie Emler got there a little bit faster, but only by a tenth of a second. 167 to a 161 in the mile-an-hour department. Charlie Emler Jr. rolls right down Broadway. Dirty Doug Linden, Insinger right side, the Bel Air. Going to be trying to better his spot on the qualifying ladder as he rolls up alongside Jennifer Gunther. The Gunther Chevy Nova 2 in the Land Pro left lane. .33 to a 12. Doug Linden got out of the hole first, and he's going to get down to the top end first. 5:10, 134 miles an hour as Jennifer Gunther goes 5:53 at a $1:21. Tom Simone, Land Pro left side. The Phelps Waders Racing Machine going to be taking on Vito Antonaselli. Vito, the brand new Chevy Camaro top Sportsman chassis, and the Insinger right lane. 76 to an 11. Vito got away green. And down track is going to go a 498 at a $1:35. Simone, though, with your quick time, 471 at 148 miles an hour. John Schmidt, Insinger, right side. Bill Stevens, the big blown Dodge pickup truck, Land Pro left side. Bill had to be backed out last time down, some mechanical issues. He didn't make a first lick, so this is the first time he's going to have to try and qualify for top Sportsman. John Schmidt, that absolutely gorgeous Chevy Camaro top Sportsman, over in the Insinger right lane. 4:44. Almost looks like he's standing still when the guy next to him goes 4:07 at 177 miles an hour. John Schmid, that brand new gorgeous Chevy Camaro, A to B, like nobody is watching. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. If you're rolling off the bottom bulb for WDRA points, pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. .650 rolling up for their final qualifying attempt. Brian Erath, Land Pro left side. Vincent Fragamani, Insinger right lane. The Mopar station wagon. Going to try and run 650. Erath going to try and do the same. The closest to 650, regardless of reaction time, is going to be your number 1 qualifier. 23-17. The wagon got out of the hole first, but down track, Erath is going to get there first, but by too much. 4 hun too fast, as the wagon was 4 hun behind the perfect run. 0.08 of a second separate the two of them through the traps. Bad Billy Lieber. Land Pro left side. The Chevy 2 going to try and run 650. Going up against Chris Scarlotta. 27 to a 10. 17 foul. The separation at the tree down track. Billy Lieber going to go way too quick as Scarlotta goes 651 on that 650 index number. Mike Staub, Land Pro left side. The Mopar going to be trying to run 650 as he pulls up alongside Bill Brooks. Bill didn't get down track last time in that Grand National. He ended up blowing the tires off the thing just before the 60-foot mark. Both drivers are green as Bill Brooks takes the number 1 qualifying spot. 650 with a 0. Stick a 5 in the itty-bitty spot, and Bill Brooks in the Grand Natty. The Natty Daddy sitting number 1 in the 650 index class. Matt Himes in Singer right lane. And Cole Ferry, Ford Mustang, Land Pro left lane. 25 green was Matt Himes. As down track, he also goes dead on. 650 with a 3, qualifying him at number 2. As Bill Brooks was 3 thou closer to the 650 index number. Rodney Allison, the Duster, Insinger, right side. Going to take a pass now. Allison, 6:59 on that 6:50 index time. And attention in the pits. Will anyone in the Jewels pit please come up to the tower? We need a representative from the Jewels pit to come up to the tower. If you are in the Jewels pit and you are a representative of the Jewels family, please come up to the tower. We need you in the tower. If you are in the Jewels pit, please come up to the tower. And attention in the pits, Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw. If you guys want to head on over to the Jewels trailer, you guys will be doing your chip draw. If you guys are in Extreme Outlaw or Limited Outlaw, head on over to the Jewels trailer. You guys will be doing your chip draw. So put your wrenches down, put the drinks away, head on over to the Jewels trailer. If you're in Extreme Outlaw or Limited Outlaw, head on over to the Jewels trailer for your chip draw. That last time down the final qualifier for those two in the 7-second index class. That's right, Western New York Super Rod Racing Association. 7-0 the index. And Ross way under that 7-0 index, 670 with a 6 on the back of it at 109. Kirk Perry, he was a lot closer than that, 706 after being 6 thou too soon in the red light department.
Charlie Cimino. Pontiac, left, Land Pro left lane. Man out of Sebring, Florida. Drives up here every spring, hangs out here for the summer, and heads back on down to Florida for the winter. Going down track with Beth Seswick. Beth's driving Little Knocker, the Mustang Fox body in the Insinger right lane. Pro competitors, you guys should be down in staging lanes 2 and 3. Pro competitors, you guys should be down in staging lanes 2 and 3. Fourth thou away from perfect, but too soon was Charlie Cimino. Beth Seswick, 1 thou behind the green. She's going to run it out to a 697, be 29 thou too quick. Charlie Cimino, 36 thou behind that perfect 7 flat. Double O Joe Karosik going down track with Mark Herbold. Street competitors, we need you guys down in staging lanes 8 and 9. Street competitors, we need you guys down in staging lanes 8 and 9. 26 to a 49. Double O Joe gets away first, getting through the 660. He'll run 7 flat. Stick a 3 on the back of it. 9's the itty little bitty number on the end of it. He'll move himself to the top. Double O Joe runs 7-0 and puts himself sitting on the #1 qualifier position. Tyler Helene, Land Pro left lane. 72 Maverick out of Niagara Falls, New York, going down track with a 1990 Cavalier driven by Pete Maduri. Maduri in Singer right lane. Both drivers get away a little too soon. 19 thou too soon for Pete Maduri. 26 thou too soon for Tyler Helene. But Pete Maduri, #2 qualifier, 7:01. Stick a 5 on the back of that. Tyler Helene's going to hang on to #3 with that 7:03. Josh Williams, Jason Oldfield. Pair of Chevys coming down the track next. 63 split window in the Insinger right lane, driven by Jason Oldfield. He's out of Rochester, New York. And he'll be paired up with Josh Williams, East Aurora, New York's own, in the Roadster Corvette. And how about a trip zip 5 for Oldfield? 005 for Mr. Williams, but down at the top end, Oldfield's going to run 4 thou under that 7-0. Street competitors, come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Street competitors, we need you guys down at 8 and 9. Tom Coonley, the best looking ugly Nova you'll ever see, goes 1 thou too soon. But getting down through the 660 feet, 7:01, stick a 5 on the, it will be good enough for #2 qualifier. Attention in the pits, I have the qualifying sheet and the ladder for Western New York Super Rod 7-0. So before you hop on that wheeler and take away from here, come on up and get your sheets.
Here we go. The round that counts for pro competition. WDRA points on the line. Who's going to have the best reaction time and get in the wait and see bye for pro competition? Spidey, Sam Chapman, Land Pro, left side, going up against Tyler Spylak. Best reaction time, going to get the wait and see by who is going to get it. Double 05 red for Tyler Spylak. He was 5 thou away from being green, as he goes 776 at 90 miles an hour. Spidey Sam Chapman, 561 at $1:21 is your quick time. Pat Toomey, 830, 84 miles an hour. He got away just a little bit better than Brad Perkins did. Brad, 66 green, going 907 at 78 miles an hour. Chris Adams and Joel Rivera. Rivera, the man on two wheels, over in the Insinger right lane. Chris Adams, Land Pro, left side. .25s across the board. It's going to be Adams, though, being 8-10 thou better, but Rivera gets there first. 571 at 121 miles an hour. Adams shuts it off, going 709 at 94 miles an hour. Tom Reed, Land Pro left side, and Topless Timmy Antenoria. Topless Timmy, the chop top Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Who is going to get the best reaction time between the two of them? 34 to a 61. It's going to be Tom Reed in the pair, but in the overall scope of things, neither of them is going to be the new wait and see by. As Topless Timmy goes 652 at 104 miles an hour. Brandon Imalley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air, Land Pro left side, and half fast Eddie Samlich, Insinger right lane. 21 with a 1, the best reaction time we've seen so far in the bottom bulb category. Double 07 for Brandon Imalley, as he is your new wait and see by. Gets down to the top end in that Bel Air, going 683 at 98 miles an hour. Trevor Schwartz, Land Pro left lane, and Lynn's not a lady, Lynn Salisbury, over in the Danger Ranger in the Insinger right lane. 007 with a 7 is the reaction time to beat. Neither of them going to get away quicker than that. As the pick-em-up truck gets down to the top end first, 658 at 101 miles an hour. Trevor Schwartz not far behind, though, 712, 93 big ones. Amy Reed, Frank Fontana. Reed, the diamond in the rough, Mopar. Gonna be 10 thou away from a green light. Frank Fontana tries to knock it down and he hits it too hard. 37 thou the wrong way. As Amy goes 676 at 100 miles an hour. Frank Fontana 707 at 96 down at the top end. John B. Saw Jr., the Firebird. Hi, I'm Deadly. Mr. Deadly. Land Pro left side going up against Colin Cahill. Colin, the Fox Body Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane. Dancing on the bottom bulb. Double 0-1 for Colin Cahill. Stick a 4 on the back of it. He is your new wait and see buy. Kevin Fuller, Land Pro left side, this time in the LS-powered Chevy Camaro. Going to be rolling alongside Jim Parnick. Jim out of Mansfield, PA in the 72 Chevelle over there in the Insinger right lane. 001 with a 4 on the back of it. Colin Cahill is the man on top of the mountain. He is the boy with the target on his back. Who is going to be better than a 001? It's going to be neither of these two. But Kevin Fuller gets away 32 thou away from a perfect light. Goes 680 at 100 miles an hour. Joe Bushellen, Singer right side, the high-flying Firebird, going to be trying to make a lap against Daryl Gilbert. Gilbert's Place, Daryl's Place, a diner's name, one of the best diners in Western New York. He brought us up donuts 2 weeks ago, and they are the best donuts I have ever had. 44 to a 59 is what they got away on the bottom bulb with, but it's going to be the Firebird getting there first. 647, 104 miles an hour. Jerry Sarcuccia, the bottom bulbing roadster. Land Pro left side, going to work his way into the beams. Jeff Solomon. Jeff leaves way too soon as he tries to get some data going down track. But Jerry in the roadster was 58 thou away from a perfect light and goes 574 at 118 miles an hour. Jesse Azzato and Richie LeBerry going to take the tree now. Jesse, Chevy Corvette, Land Pro left side. LeBerry, that beautiful Chevy Monte Carlo in the Insinger right lane. Azzato got away quicker and is going to get down on the top end quicker. 571 the quick time at 120 miles an hour. LeBerry 620 at a $1.16. Mike Hickey and Jeff Hetrick going to take the tree now. 001 with a 4. The wait and see by reaction time of Colin Cahill. 008 too soon is Hickey as 38th thou away from a perfect light as Jeff Hetrick. 670 the run out of the duster into the left lane. Hetrick 702 at 97 miles an hour. Neil O'Connell, the big body Mopar this time with the license plates in the Ram Pro left lane. And Ron Jewell over there in the Insinger right lane. 22 thou too soon. Flicks on the red bulb for Mr. Jewell as O'Neill. 779 at 88 miles an hour. Here comes the Ozman, Ozzie Williams, a Dodge Dart over in the Insinger right lane. Going to try and be better than a 001 with a 4. The man trying to do the same thing is parked right next to him in the Land Pro left lane. That is Sam Capizzi Jr. The Dodge Daytona Battle of the Mopars here in round number 2 of time trials for pro action. Too soon throws on the wrong bulb for Capizzi Jr. As Ozzie was 51 thou in the green, 672 at 101 miles an hour. Mike DeMario, the John Little Ford Mustang Land Pro left side, going up against Jeff Griffo Sr. Griffo in the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 001 with a 4. The best reaction time we've seen off the bottom bulb, and that's by Colin Cahill. The little machine clicks at 5 thou red as Griffo is early for next round. He was 293 green, going 623 at 105. DeMario, though, 641 at 106. Sam DeMario this time, the Firebird out of Webster, New York. And Jeffrey Attridge, Land Pro left side. Attridge, a day late and $1 short on that reaction time as DeMario was 21 thou away from a green light, 602 at 114 miles an hour. Attridge, 727 at 94, big one. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. If you're rolling off the top bulb and you got to make your second hit, the round that counts. Super Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the baddest off the bottom bulb. Going to be 33 green as Killer Ken Imalley was 008 right next to him. The turd hurdler Chevelle goes 595 at 115 miles an hour in the Insinger right lane. Joe Staub Jr. and Matt Himes rolling up to the tree. Going to try and take out Colin Cahill's 001 with a 4, but neither of them are going to do it. Matt Himes is closer, though, in the Deja Vu Boo Wagon. He was 13th thou away from a perfect light. Goes 6:49 at 104 miles an hour, but Colin Cahill, 001 with a 4 is your wait and see by, rolling into round number 1 of pro competition. Street. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. That's right, street competitors. We need you in the lanes. We're going to be running you next. Street, come on down the lanes 8 and 9. Super Pro. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Streetcars up to the tree. The Fox Body Mustang didn't have himself a good let go there. The tires hopped and turned, and, well, they stopped turning under their own power. The man in the right lane, though, 8:36 at 84 miles an hour. Jake Birchfield, he goes A to B. Kai Hicks, well, that's not going to be good for that thing. Well, to shed light on a bad situation, ladies and gentlemen, if something goes wrong, do exactly like Kai Hicks did. Get out of the groove, get out of the throttle, stop yourself as soon as possible, and make sure the mess is as minimal as it can be. Kai Hicks, we got to applaud you on your ability to be a good racer and an even better operator. The things that go wrong on a track are a lot harder to clean up than you would imagine, and Pat, Bud, Wayne Turner, the whole crew, appreciate your quick and savvy thinking, getting out of the groove, and making sure that if you did make a mess, you didn't make a mess 660 feet and some here at Empire Dragway. Jim Zagarelli, the C10 pick-em-up truck, Land Pro left side, going to be trying to take a stab at the wait and see by. The only reaction time we've had so far is 148 thou away from perfect. Andy Beeman pulled up next to him out of Geneseo, New York in the Chrysler four-door sedan. 27 away from perfect is going to be Jim Zagarelli, as he's going to be your wait and see by so far. Down at the top, and that same C10 pick-em-up truck goes 8:45 at 81 miles an hour. Double-Oski, Jim Subchinski, Land Pro, left side, the GMC pick-em-up truck. Going to be trying to drag down the strip with the illegal regal of Gary French. Gary out of Waterloo, New York. That's an 82 Buick if you're trying to figure it out at home. Both drivers going to be try and be better than that 27.7 light we've seen so far, and neither of them are going to do it. 60 to 108. The Illegal Regal got out last, but is going to get down there first. 787 at 87 miles an hour. Jim Subchinski not far behind, though, running a 933 at 74 miles an hour. Rich Gavion and Wayne Cambria. Wayne, Insinger right side, Rich Land Pro left side. 74 to a 520. The Chevy Camaro has the advantage out of the hole, but not going to be good enough to be the new wait and see by 817 at 83 miles an hour. But the Malibu goes 749 at 90 miles an hour. DJ Donnie Razor, the Bell Rings Automotive Machine, the iTray NHRA Super Stock Champion himself, pulling up in the Land Pro left lane. Tyler Spylek, the Tint Shop Ford Mustang, pulled up next to him in the Insinger right lane. 22 to a 46 is Donnie Razor is your new wait and see by. 22, stick a 1 on the back of it, and DJ Donnie Razor has had the best reaction time in street we've seen so far. Down track, though, he's going to shut it off going 796 at 89 miles an hour. John Grabowski, Land Pro left side, the Chevy Aveo, with a hope and a dream to try and go a couple rounds here at Empire Dragway in street. Pat Toomey, the Firebird, next to him. 36 to a 33. That reaction time is nothing to shake a stick at, considering it is the 4th best reaction time we've seen in the class so far. Pat Toomey was only a little bit better than him, but down track it's a lot better than him because of the mechanical advantage. 833 at 83 miles an hour. Fast Eddie Semlich. Insinger right side, 7,000 too soon, clicks on the red bulb. The Chevy Nova 2 goes A to B, 87, 879 at 76 miles an hour. Brad Perkins. Land Pro left side, running the Daniel French Chevy Camaro against Mr. Neil O'Connell. $10,000 too soon eliminates Brad Perkins from the wait and see by, as O'Connell was 43 green and nowhere near good enough to get that wait and see by, as well as DJ Donnie Razor had the best reaction time in all of street competition. 22,000 away from a perfect light, was the best light we've seen on anything with a New York State license plate on it in street competition. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. We're going to roll you out next for your round that counts. The best reaction time. Going to get the wait and see by. Who is going to be the closest to the quad 0 light that you want to get in the round that counts? If you wait and you see that you got an odd number of cars, you get the buy run in round number 1. It's nothing but free data and a way to save yourself that buyback money because if you do go out in round number 1, we are doing buybacks. That's right. You can buy yourself back into the buyback round. Try and win that round to get back into round number 2 of competition. But if it doesn't go so hot for you, you are eligible to reach yourself into your cooler and pull yourself out a nice frosty cold one, because you will be done racing for the night. Super Pro final round of time trial action. That's right, the round that counts. The best reaction time is going to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by who is going to be the closest to a perfect light. Is it going to be Ron Schillinger, Land Pro, left side, the Ford Thunderbird, going to see what it can do in 660 feet? Or is it going to be Kane Gregory, the long and skinny out of Lakeview, New York, in the Insinger right lane? Kane Gregory got away, but only by 8 thou. 499, 136 miles an hour as Ron Schillinger goes 697 at 96. Big ones down at the top end. Daniel Fuller, Land Pro, left side, the long and skinny, going to try and be better than a 22 green light that we saw out of Kane Gregory. Driver unknown. Oh, that's Aaron Close out of Rochester, New York. He must be real close because he's not that far, but he is pretty far from a green light. 15 thou away, the wrong way to be exact, as Amani gets from here to there just a little bit slower than the Dragster. 5:48, 123 was a quick time that we saw between the two of them. The Mani not far behind, though, a 5:65 at 121 big ones. Little Willie William Balzer, Land Pro left side. The Chevy Camaro going up against Rick Mann. Rick Mann on the unfinished business. The Insinger right lane. Rick Mann 007 and pulls it off the track. As Willie never pulled away from the tree. So we're not sure if we got ourselves two problems or if we just have ourselves a coincidence. Rick Mann, he was eligible for the wait and see buy if he can get that thing figured out. 007 with a 7 so far, the best light we've seen. Well, we're going to take a minute to get Rick Mann off the 3:30 mark of the track. Nothing mechanically went wrong. We do hear it was a disconnected battery terminal hopped the terminal, so we're going to pull him off the track. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching the live feed, we do understand that the video is not working with the audio. The audio is up to date and live. We got it playing up here in the tower. So Cody, if you got yourself a radio or you can hear me talk and come up to the tower. Cody, or Paul Francia, we'd like to see you in the tower. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, on the live feed, we do understand we're having a small technical difficulty. You didn't miss much. You were looking at Daniel Fuller's father on the live feed with Daniel Fuller. They made their lap. Rick Mann, I do believe, came up next with Little Willie Balzer. Rick Mann's down at the 3:30 now, just a bit past that. Rick Mann, give us a wave, a high five, a thumbs up. We see you. Yeah, it wasn't the finger we asked for, but we see it there anyways. So Rick Mann, he's going to get pulled off. Little Willie, he is back in the water box. We're going to let him make a lap, and we are going to keep rolling into the round that counts here at Empire Dragway. All right, live feed. The camera's been rebooted. The cars have been pulled off the track, and we are rolling back into time trial action, round number 2. Little Willie Balzer. William, the Camaro in the Lampro left side. He was going up against Rick Mann last lap. He never pulled away from the tree. He's going to get a single here in the round that counts. Rick Mann has the best reaction time we've seen so far. 007 with a 7. I do have to confer with my constituents to find out if that reaction time is going to stick as the wait and see by. But we might not need it to. Little Willie, 002 too soon, clicks on the red bulb as he goes down track at a 663 at 102 miles an hour. Joe Rolfe and Jason Subchinski. Jason, Insinger right side. Rolfe, Lampro left side. 007, the best light we've seen so far in both drivers, trying to knock it down and swing too hard. A 002 too soon was the closest to the green, as Joe Rolfe was only 7 thou quicker than him as he goes 9 thou red. Both the drivers clicking on the red bulb, throwing those reaction times away. But the time down track, the fastest of the two, was a 5:57 at 120 miles an hour. Brandon Imalley, Land Pro, left side. The Steiner Bros Bel Air. Gonna try and be better than a 007. As Johanna Cottrell, the Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane, pulls up alongside him. For Johanna Cottrell. Johanna, your new wait and see by. Sorry, Rick Mann, if you had problems, you better get them figured out, because Johanna Cottrell said, listen, buddy, you're not getting a freebie this time. Down track, that Mustang goes a 583 at 118 miles an hour. Joe Raleigh and Sean Montgomery. Sean, the Malibu in the Insinger right lane. Raleigh, the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Ten to a 20, 10 thou separated up front as Montgomery got away first, but Raleigh's going to get there first. 583 at 118 miles an hour. Montgomery 6 flat at about 14. Here comes Howie Samard, the Chevy Chevelle Land Pro left side. Going to try and be better than Johanna Cottrell's 004 as he rolls up to the tree with Don Keekle off his right side. Don, the long and skinny, out of Windsor, New York, dialed in at a nothing because it's only time trials.
Justin got a little bit ahead of himself there with 006 off the let-go for Don Keekle. 487 through the 660 for the man in the long and skinny Land Pro left lane. Howie Samar is going to go 14 thou behind the green, run it out through the traps at 640, 104 miles an hour. Turbo Mike Florin. 76 Trans Am in the Land Pro left lane. Going down track with Jack Riome. Jack is in the Roadster Corvette Rainsinger right lane. Both drivers trying to beat a 004 with a 6 on the back of it off the let go. And how about Jack Riome tying that 004 with a 6? Unfortunately, Johanna Cottrell did it first, so she's still sitting on the wait and see by. Computer goes back to that 5th number, and this timing still shows Johanna Cottrell having that wait and see by.
Tom Crewer and Nevertheless Always More. That's Brian Moore in the Insinger right lane. Firebird versus Camaro. Crewer. Lampro left side, 22 to a 15. 7 thou. 9 thou. Split him. Is down at track. Crewer gets out of it early. And Brian Moore goes 638 at 106 miles an hour.
Alan Runyon's going to get the freebie as Zoe Von Sir has to get pushed out, unfortunately. 518 at 131 after being 20 thou behind the green off the let go.
John Cooper and Singer right side. Going to be doing double duty here at Empire Dragway today. Going to see if he can be your new wait and see by. Got to be better than a 004 with a 6 by Johanna Cottrell. Jack Riome already tried and he couldn't do it as the 5th digit got in the way. Kevin Samard, Senior Lampro, left side, the door car. Gonna try and do the same thing. .33 to a 16. Cooper gets out first. Samard's got to do some driving and he gets it back into the groove. A 480 to a 671. As here comes Empire's most eligible bachelor. That's right, Dirty Dan Heinrich. The Heinrich Cobalt Racing Machine. I don't think the engineers over at GM ever assumed that a Chevy Cobalt would be doing what it's doing now. In the left lane, going up against Neil Onderdonk. Neil, he is in the stretched out pick-em-up truck. It's a 51 Chevy pick-em-up truck with a motor in the back in the Insinger right lane. Johanna Cottrell's got the best light so far, and it's going to stand with a 004. as Dirty Dan goes 005, 601 at 100 miles an hour. Neil Onderdonk, 599 at a $1.15 through the traps. Tom Frank, Land Pro, left side. This time going to try and be better than Johanna Cottrell. As Willie Stroker pulls up alongside him, Mr. Stroker in the G spot from north of the border. Willie Stroker going to try and be better than a 004. Tom Frank going to do the same thing in the Land Pro left lane. 008 out of Willie Stroker as he's 4th thou behind, but goes A to B. 601 at 116 miles an hour. Mr. Frank shuts it off immediately out of the 60-foot and ends up going 994 at 58 miles an hour. Jeff Griffo, Land Pro left side. The S10 pick-em-up truck going to be better. Going to try and be better than a 004 by Johanna Cottrell. Craig Giordano, the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. Griffo got a freebie on that one. The light wasn't great, but he goes 634 at 106 miles an hour. They're going to push back Mr. Giordano. Not sure what had happened to the dragster, but after the burnout, he shut it off and said, I don't want to do anything worse. That has already happened to this machine so far. So they let Griffo go down on his own, and we are rolling back into time trial number 2 action in Super Pro. Big Daddy Bill Balzer, left side. This time going to try and take down Johanna Cottrell on that wait and see buy. Carl Bollinger going to try and do the same thing. 004 with a 6 is the best reaction time we've seen so far in Super Pro. Double 05 with a 5 out of Carl Bollinger as he is close, but not close enough. 616 at 109 miles an hour is what he shut it off at, down at the top end. Hey, Tamara Gray, we doing better? We appreciate the snacks.
Yes. Oh my gosh,
you, guys.
Tamara, thank you so much for the snacks.
We also appreciate Blue Light in cans, no bottles, and cash deposits. Any of those. Angelo Ragusa, Double O Joe Karosik. Double O Joe is 5 thou too soon off the ball. And Angelo Ragusa, he ends up clicking it 10 green, but not green enough as he is 588, 115 miles an hour. And Johanna Cottrell seems to be going the distance, trying to stick around and see if she is the baddest off the top bulb, waiting for the wait and see bye. Here comes Spray and Slide himself. That is Jeffrey Subchinski. The gold-colored Camaro in the Land Pro left lane, and Brandon Shinden, the S10 over the Insinger right lane. Green to 13 bad. Shinden throws out the bottom ball, but not the bottom bulb in a good way, but the red bulb. He was 13 the wrong way. 579, 117 miles an hour as Mr. Spray and Slide Jeffrey Subchinski lets go and goes 17 green to be 592 at 112 miles an hour down at the top end. Sean Fuller rolling up in the Insinger right lane. The Chevy Malibu LS powered machine. Gonna try and smack down Johanna Crochel's 004 with a 6 light. The Nugget herself, that's Deanna Nugent, Land Pro left side in the long and skinny. A 6 out of Sean Fuller. As he ends up getting out of it and back into it, he's going to coast his way down track by the long and skinny. Deanna Nugent, 507, 133 miles an hour from here to there. Sean Fuller, 990. Not sure what happened to the car after the launch, but he decided that a full speed pass wasn't the answer. Dave Markle, Land Pro left side, the long and skinny, going up against the fabulous Paul Kochi. Paul in the Dodge Demon, the Insinger right lane. The reaction time to beat 004 with a 6. If I hadn't said it before and you haven't heard it, well, guess what? You'll hear it again. 004 with a 6 out of Johanna Cottrell is the wait and see bye. She is the bounty on top of her head, the little miss on top of the mountain with the best light we've seen so far. And Skinny is close, but not close enough. 489, 150 miles an hour. The fabulous Paul Kochi was 4 thou slower on the let go. Goes 633 at 106 miles an hour. Well, we got ourselves a little bit of a cleanup from the long and skinny out of the left lane, so we are going to have ourselves a little bit of a quiet time. Yep, looks like we got ourselves a cleanup almost to the 3:30, indicated by Pat Budd. So it's going to be just a few moments before we get back to the action. Johanna Cottrell, the wait and see by as it sits. She was 004 with a 6. Jack Riome was 004 with a 6 as well, but that 5th digit said Johanna was better. So that is the number we are trying to beat in Super Pro. As we wait a little bit, as we do some track maintenance, and we will get right back into time trial round number 2 action.
getting back into Super Pro round number 2 of time trials. This is the round that counts for Super Pro. Johanna Cottrell still sitting pretty on top. 004, slap a 6 on the back of it. Can't see the 5th number, but it's better than Jack Riomes. Bob Toohey. Allen over in the Insinger right lane. 52 thou away from perfect was Allen, but Johanna Cottrell still hang on to it with 46 10 thou behind the green. Zell Gaiman, Money Mark Talmadge. Both drivers getting their second hit here. Double 04 with a 9. 3 itty bitty 10th hour away from knocking Johanna off the top was Money Mark Talmadge. Zell Gaiman 25th hour behind the green, 530 at 128 through the 660 for him. Money Mark 587 at 115 for the man in the Malibu, Otto Williamson. Paige DeSalvo and her little honey boo-boo down on the starting line. She's in the Land Pro left lane, driving the long and skinny. She'll be going down track, paired up with Jesse Azzato. Azzato, Corvette in Singer right lane.
Mr. Maduri Sr., at your earliest convenience, come up to the tower. We have a question for you. You can wait until after this run, but on your way back, come up to the tower. We have a question for you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a little bit of a mess here in the Insinger right lane. The man on the mops going to make sure it's absolutely perfect before they get it done and send the cars down the track. Super Pro round number 2, the round that counts. 004 with a 6, the best reaction time we've seen so far. That was Johanna Cottrell. Jack Riome, he tried, but he swung just a little bit too softly on it. Got down to the 5th digit, and it went to Johanna Cottrell. They were both 004 with a 6. As we wait for the thumbs up, and that is what we get out of the track crew. He says, fire them up. Let's get ready to run. Old man Kenny Dillon's got to get his walker and his cane back into the car as he gets ready to do the dirty here in round number 2 of time trials in Super Pro.
Old man Kenny Dillon. Pete Maduri going to be taking second round of time trials here together, trying to beat a 004. 0009 too soon was the closest to the green light. 6:35 for old man Kenny Dillon. 580 for Pete Maduri over there in the Insinger right lane.
And the final 2 cars to try and take a swing at the tree. Killer Kenai Malley, Land Pro, left side. Kenai Malley, 16th thou away from green, and Spidey Sam Chapman. The last car down the track knocks out Johanna Cottrell as the wait and see by Spidey Sam Chapman. 001, stick a 5 on the back of it. And the man out of Hilton, New York is sitting pretty on the wait and see by in Super Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, and 550. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, and 550. We need you guys to find your partner in the pits and then figure out when you guys are going to go down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, and 550. Find your partner and come on down to the staging lanes. We are going to get ready to roll into round number 1. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, and 550. Find your dance partners and get ready to come on down to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, come on down to the staging lanes. 550, 550. You better find your dance partner. Come on down to the staging lanes as well. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, come on down to the staging lanes. Get yourself your dance partner and come on down 550. We want you in 4 and 5. Pair up, get ready. We are going to be knocking you out of competition. Empire Dragway style. That's right. 2 go down, 1 comes back. If you don't put on a win light, it's over for you. Come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, and 550. Come on down to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Dragster, get your dancing partner and get on down to the staging lanes. We need you in lanes 8 and 9. Top Dragster, Find your partner, get ready to do the dirty, and get on down to lanes 8 and 9 for round number 1 of competition. Top Dragster, the fastest long and skinnies on the property. Come on down to the staging lanes, pair up, figure out who you're going to race against, and come on down to the staging lanes. We want you in lanes 8 and 9. Well, since we got a quiet moment, I feel like now is a perfect time to say this. Mr. Ardillo, Gates Towing and Automotive, had came up here and he told me that he had donated $400. That's right, 200 one way, 200 another. And I have it written down, so I'm going to read it verbatim. The best package, first round only, in the 550 category. So the best reaction time and the closest to 550 in first round, Mr. Ardillo is going to give you an extra $200 and an Extreme Outlaw. The best reaction time is going to get a cool $200 as well. So, Mr. Ardillo, we want to thank you for donating them big old bucks here at Empire Dragway. And since we have a little bit of quiet time, we also want to thank TNT Performance, Resolution Racing Services, Jansen Motorsports, Competition Transmission, Carl Latipio over there at Competition. Him and his crew do a great job. Any sort of transmission, 2-speed, 3 speeds, anything you need. Condos Auto Repair, Long Agencies, JPR Trailer Cells, Hunter Machine, Oak Orchard Concrete, York Travel Center, Advantage Overhead Doors, and again, we want to thank Gates Towing Service and Fleet. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we have to do something near and dear to us here at Empire Dragway. For all of those who can't stand and do this, we stand for you. But please stand and remove your hats and turn yourselves towards the U.S. and Canadian flags here at Empire Dragway as we do the Canadian and U.S. national anthem. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to ask you to remain standing as we pay tribute to the greatest nation on the face of the earth. Back-to-back World War champs. No one's tried to go for 3 as we would handle a three-peat easily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing and give your attention to the U.S. flag for the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Boogity, 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 let's go racing Empire Outlaw style. That's right, we got Extreme Outlaw in the lanes, Limited Outlaw right next to him. We are going to figure out who is going to go from A to B the fastest and some of the fastest cars on the property here today. Gracie Heinrich, happy birthday to you. Thank you for giving us that sound bite. We do miss you coming out here in the tower and doing it live, but it is the best we are going to get here at Empire Dragway. The drivers are getting belted into the cars. The brain buckets are going on. The water box is getting wetted down, and we are going to go racing August 9th, this beautiful Saturday afternoon. It is 3:45, and we are going to go drag racing shootout style. That's right. WDRA points, Western New York Super Rod Association on the property as well. And, of course, everybody that comes along with the Empire Outlaws.
Attention in the pits, top dragster. Come on down to the staging lanes. Find your partner, pair on up, roll on up, and get ready for round number 1. The long and skinnies, we need you guys down in the staging lanes. Come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Top dragster.
First round of Extreme Outlaw action. Rolling into the water box. Extreme Outlaw, first pair rolling out past the tree. Mo Al-Faki, the Copper Camel, in Singer right side. William Ganal, Land Pro left side, the Chevy Malibu. Ganal pulled up, getting ready to put himself in the beams. Mo Al-Faki trying to do the same. Chip Ganal is in and ready. Mo Al-Faki ends up getting it at the stage beams. It pops and Mo is done at the 60-foot. As William Ganal, A to B, good enough to come back for the next round of racing. Well, looks like we got a little bit of a mess there on the starting line out of William Ganal's Malibu. Well, we got a light mist in the Land Pro left lane from William Ganal. And the A-OK is given from the track crew as we get ready to roll on through the next set in Extreme Outlaw in the Empire Outlaw category. Jim Bersani in Singer, right side. Tony Tundrick, Land Pro, left side. The Ford F-150 and the Ford Mustang, the F-150. Gonna try and get away and stay away from Jim Bersani. Bersani has had more than enough passes in that thing to figure out what it's gonna do. Who is gonna get away first and who is gonna get down to the top end first in Extreme Outlaw. Bersani throws on the pre-stage. Tony not far behind. Both cars rolling up the RPMs before they bump in. Bersani's there. Tundrick, and away they go. The F-150 lights them up at the hit as Bersani drives it out and ends up going down to the top end first. And the final two cars in Extreme Outlaw. That's going to be the Mills Racing Craft Machine in the Land Pro left lane. That is the Steve Mills owned Barracuda, now driven by Josh Mills. Going up against Matt Gunther. Matt over in the Insinger right lane. Matt, the Chevy Camaro, if he can go A to B, this is going to be a reaction time based race. Gunther gets out of it early, but it's going to be Gunther at the top, and the Camaro's coming back. The closest race we had from A to B. Josh Mills ends up clicking it to Thou Red as Matt Gunther was 72 thou away from a perfect light and ends up going A to B and around that counts. Limited Outlaw, the first two cars of their class rolling out of the water box. And now, up past the tree in the Land Pro left lane, that's Mark Vinson in the Ford Mustang going up against Tim Lebdell. Tim in the Chevy Camaro. Both drivers made phenomenal first-time trial passes, a qualifying pass that matters. They went A to B and not that far apart as far as it counts ET-wise. It's going to be a reaction time race between most of the Limited Outlaw class. Vinson throws it red by 10 thou. And Tim, A to B. Getting some data to come back for round number 2.
Attention in the pits, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, we need you guys to come on down to staging lane 6 and 7. Find your partner, pair on up, and come on down. Get ready for round number 1 of eliminations. 650 index, we're looking for you guys down in the staging lanes as well. 650, come on down to staging lanes 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. Western New York Super Rod 7-0. Come on down to staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot pit side as well. Super Rod looking for you guys down in 9 and 10. Find your pairings. Come on down. Jason Oldfield posted the pairings on Facebook and had it posted at his trailer. So, Western New York Super Rod, come on down to staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot pit side.
Ian Hill. And Michael Kalowski Kulowski, the Dodge Dart. Ian Hill, Land Pro, left side in the Camaro. The Mopar throws on the pre-stage bulb. Ian Hill getting himself up to the tree as well. The Camaro lights him up early and runs down track and gets on the win light as Keselowski was way late on the tree and he pulls off to the side as we wait for the word to figure out what happened down at the starting line. Limited Outlaw, the next set, ready to go. Top Dragster, get in the cars, put on the brain buckets, and strap yourself in. We are going to be rolling you out of the water box. And next, Top Dragster. Top Dragster, come on down, get in the cars, and get ready to go. Top Sportsman, you guys should be in the lanes. Chris Kubiati, Mike Smith in the Chevy Nova 2, that beautiful two-tone machine in the Lam Pro left lane. Kubiati, the Insinger right lane, the Chevy Camaro. Smith is out and running. Goodbye, see you later, never looked back, never lifted. He is going to put on the win light after being 62 thou away from a perfect light. Chris Kubiati had to go faster than the speed of sound to get a whole shot win on that one after being 332 away from a perfect light. Here we go, the first pair in the 550 racing action. 550, the index, 4/10 Pro Tree is what they're going to have to work with. Peter Kerpier, Land Pro, left side. Tom Camerdine, Insinger, right side. To a 26, the advantage going to the Mustang, but Kerpier gets down at track. Luckily didn't break out going to Walmart. 552 at 121 miles an hour. If Kerpier didn't look over his shoulder and broke out, he would have been given that win over to Tom Camerdine.
Again, Top Sportsman 650 and Western New York Super Rod 70. We need all three of you guys down to the staging lanes. Mark Trow, Brianna Edwards. 14 to a 47. Brianna Edwards got a 33 thou advantage. Getting down through the 660. She's going to park it at a 553. Slap a 6 on the back of it. 126 miles an hour for the Regal, moving into round number 2. Jason Benzik, Bob Bauer, Benzik Land Pro left lane, the street Camaro out of Amherst, New York. 41 to a 24. 24,000 going to separate him off the let-go, and Benzik is going to move into round number 2, running 75-72, 22 hundos above. As Bob Bauer ran out to a 6 flat. Not too sure what happened there, but both drivers way above that 550 index. Sema Alfaki, Insinger right lane. That's the cousin to the Copper Camel. She's driving the Fox Body Mustang, trying to move it to a 550. Number 1 qualifier, if I'm correct. She ran a 550 dead. Itty bitty little 2 on the back of it. 2/10 thou above that perfect dial in time. She's going to be going down track with last event's number 1 qualifier, Jacob Edwards. Edwards trying to run that, is that also a Fox Body Mustang, down to a 550 as well. To a 34, 8 thou gonna separate him. Sema's got the advantage, and Sema's got the win light. Jacob Edwards was 5 thou closer to that perfect dial in time. 8 thou advantage off the starting line. 3 thou at the straight goes to Sema Alfaki.
Billy Lieber, Insinger, right side, 550 the index, going up against Joe Morrow. Joe Murrow, Land Pro, left side. Bad Billy Lieber, hot and ready to go on the Insinger right side.
One thou too soon for Billy Lieber.
Long way for Bad Billy Lieber is Murrow. Ends up going 4 thou under the 550 index on the freebie pass. Lieber 1 thou red goes dead. 0, stick a 9 in the 10,000 spot. Keep the sharp objects away from Billy Lieber on that one. He is not going to be happy.
Phil a Scarlata Racing Machine in the Land Pro left lane. Going down track, Ardillo. Chevelle over there in the Insinger right lane. 009 to a 63. 52 thou going to be the advantage for Mr. Scarlatta, and Mr. Scarlatta is going to run 10 thou above the 550 index, moving into round number 2. That's a 19 thou total package. Best package in round number 1 of 550 wins $200 to the best package in round number 1. 19 thou. That's a pretty good, small package for Mr. Scarlatta.
That was a tight package. That's a man who's speaking about small packages. Trevor, he knows a small package when he sees one. 19 thou is a very small package, and these two are going to get just a little bit tighter than that. John, Sally, and Steph. Stephen Cartwright. 550, the Index Cartwright in the Fox Body Ford Mustang. Sally in the Lamb Pro left lane, 40 to a 71-30 thou. The split, the advantage going to turn on the win light. Land Pro left side, 40 up front, ends up being 42 thou above at the top end, 82 thou total. That's a big package. That's a whole lot of package right there that you don't need to have to put on a win light.
Steph Malice, Land Pro left lane, driving the Fox Body Mustang, going down track with the Dodge Charger of Eric Turry. Watch the wheels come up in the Insinger right lane. 50, the name of the game both drivers are trying to run. Terry, turning on the pre-stage bulb first. We're going to wait for Steph Malice to turn it on as well. There she does. There he does. Not sure what happened to Terry. He's going to roll out before the tree drops. Steph Malice, 237 thou too soon. Run it out to 2 thou under. Sorry, 12 thou under. Didn't look close enough at that screen. The Voodoo Vixen, Tamara Gray behind the wheel of the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Coming out of Canada to race here on American soil. Going to be going down track with Jay Gallant.
It'll be great to see her go a couple of rounds. We got some snacks from them up here in the tower. North of the border snacks, that's right, low sugar. As she ends up getting out of the hole first by a whole lot, 14 thou away from perfect, and down at the top and puts on the win light, being 49 thou above, taking 190 thou at the stripe. She never lifted, never looked back, and she ends up coming back for round number 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, 650, 650, come on down to 11 and 12. And Western New York Super Rod, come on down to lanes 9 and 10. 650, come on down to 11 and 12. Super Rod, come on down to lanes 9 and 10. Top Dragster rolling out of the water box. They are going to race shootout style as well. No buybacks, no do-overs, no freebies, no gimmies. If you don't put on the win light, you're not going to be coming back for round number 2. Cody Riom got the freebie. Giordano could not make the call. Something happened to the long and skinny that was supposed to be in the Land Pro left lane. We were just told he lost oil pressure. Can't blame him for not wanting to run it that time. Riom 88 the wrong way, trying to knock the tree over as he goes dead on 7. Down track. Tyler Rudolph, Land Pro, left side, and John Cooper going to do business now. Rudolph dialed in at a 436, going to be trying to chase down John Cooper. John Cooper dialed in at a 479. On the tree, but it's gonna be Tyler Rudolph. He was 119 green to be 100 behind John Cooper, who ends up breaking out by 13 thou, giving the win over to Tyler Rudolph, who ends up running 2 above with a 6 to come back for round number 2. Brett Bennett, Land Pro, left side, going to be taking a free pass down the track. Chatterbox, Craig Chatterton ends up doing a burnout and has to be pushed back because of some mechanical difficulties. So Brett Bennett, Land Pro, left side, dialed in at a 441, going to be getting another time trial to make sure that's exactly what it's going to do. 52 thou away from a perfect light. Down track is going to go 14 above that 441 dial-in. Lucas Salami rolls out to the 330 cone, laying down some rubber over in the Insinger right lane. 4:31 the quick time. He is going to be trying to chase down Jessica Bennett. Jessica over in the Land Pro left lane, dialed in at a 4:73. 47-17. Lucas Lucky has a reaction time advantage by 40 thou down at the top, and he's going to close it up to be 22 thou ahead at the stripe to put on the win light and come back around 17 up front, 18 above at the top end, and that is the recipe for success in the long and skinnies. Crystal Kerpier, Land Pro left side, 464. Going to be trying to run away from our buddy Forrest. I'm not your buddy, pal, but this time he is. 406, I guess, on the glass for the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. She does. The double breakout win going to Crystal Kerpier. Don Kiko, the long and skinny in the Land Pro left side, 485. The guys on the glass going to be trying to run away from the mysterious Joe Masulo. Joe, 442, the predicted dial-in time in the Insinger right lane. Down track, though, it's going to go back to mysterious Joe Masulo. 19 up front, dead 726 total. Is just a little bit tighter than Don Kiekel was going A to B. And here comes your number one qualifier in Top Dragster. Mark Romanowski, 396, the fastest pass we've seen out of a dragster on the property all day. Can he back it up, or is he going to find out a new number to dial? 398. Takes 200 off of the top of that thing down at track after being 20 away from a perfect light up front. Mark Romanowski. He knows what it's going to take to put on the win lights all night long as we get ready to go into round two for Top Dragster. Top Sportsman. Action rolling out of the water box right now. Land Pro left side, that is Vito Antonicelli, the Antonicelli Race Cars machine. The Camaro dialed in at a 496. Charlie Emler Jr. going to try and chase him down. Emler over in the Insinger right lane in the Camaro. Dialed in with your quick time. That's a 425. To 181. And Vito Antonicelli, who was 117 better on the tree, gives it back over to Charlie Emler Jr. One thou away from a perfect light, and it's no good when Charlie Emler Jr. is next to you, rolling dead on 3 after being 118 shy of a perfect light. Andy Gregory, Doug Linden. Gregory, 009 up front. Linden's got some work to do. It's going to be Gregory, though. He was 009 up front and ends up being just a little bit above that reaction to be 16th thou at the stripe ahead. Tom Simone, Land Pro left side, the Phelps Waiters machine. Dialed into 471. Jennifer Gunther almost heads up against him. 470, the predicted dial-in time out of the Insinger right lane. Double 03 to a 009. We have a 6th thou separation up front and an 100th up front race. It's going over to Tom Simone. 003, dead 3, 6 total. Locks out Jennifer Gunther, who was 9 up front. Jennifer, you were 9 thou away from a perfect light, and you were still mathematically ineligible. Bill Stevens, Land Pro left side. The big blower pick him up truck dialed in at a 489. Going to be trying to outrun John Schmid. John out of Orchard Park, New York, in that beautiful Camaro. Dialed in at a 407. driving back around Bill Stevens. Bill got away just a little too late to put on the win light as John Schmidt 005 and about 400 above that predicted dial-in time to come back for round number 2.
Attention in the pits. Pro competitors, we need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 2 and 3. Colin Cahill, come on down to staging lane 11, the tech lane. You're sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Colin Cahill, come on down to staging lane 11, wait and see by. Rest of pro competitors file into 2 and 3 for your first round of eliminations.
Vincent Fragamani ends up throwing it 5 thou, right as Brian Erath with 16 away from green and ends up going 28 thou under the predicted island time, getting the data. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that the Gates Towing Service and Fleet had put up $400, $200 to the best reaction time in Extreme, and $200 to the smallest package in 550. So, Jim Bersani, come up to the tower at your earliest convenience. You had the best reaction time in Extreme Outlaw. Jim Bersani, you had the best reaction time in Extreme Outlaw. You won $200 thanks to the Ardillo family and thanks to Gates Towing Fleet and Service. And speaking of $200 winners, here comes one of them. Phil Scarlotta, he won $200 having the tightest package in 550. Here he is in 650. Gonna try and do it again against Cole Ferry. Cole in the Land Pro left lane, the Fox Body Ford Mustang. Phil Scarlotta, the Insinger right lane. Trip, zip, quads, all zeros across the board. Cole Ferry has the best reaction time, and it's not going to be good enough. Cole Ferry was all zeros, a perfect light, and Chris Scarlotta was 17 up front to be 30 thou above to still be 16 thou ahead. Chris Scarlotta. That one digs just a little bit deeper for Cole Ferry as he was quad zeros and couldn't get down to the top end. Rodney Allison and Billy Lieber. Allison 56 thou too soon as Lieber with 67 away from a perfect light. Matt Himes taking a freebie. 650 in the index. He's 12 thou away from perfect and down track. He's going to end up going 12 thou under that 650 dial-in time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you bought 50-50 tickets, pull them out of your pocket. Get ready to read them now. I'm going to give you the winning 50-50 ticket number. The winning 50-50 ticket number is, it's a pink ticket. I don't know if they were doing two different colors. It's a pink ticket. The winning ticket number is 6779239. The winning 50-50 ticket number is 6779239. If you have that ticket, put it in the air, wave it up and down, jump up and down, and come up to the tower and collect your prize. The winning 50-50 ticket number is... Trevor can't see it from there. 6779239.
You know what I love about index and bracket racing, Justin? It's the only place in the planet where you can brag about having a small package. And the man with the smallest package in round number 1 of 550 eliminations was Mr. Phil Scarlatta, $200 richer, courtesy of Gates Towing Service and Fleet. You had the smallest package in round number 1 of 550 eliminations. Phil Scarlatta, $200 richer after round number 1. Connor Skasha, put your ears down, please.
Here we go, 7-0 series. That's right, Western New York. Super Rod rolling up to the tree. 7-0 the index, 5/10. Full tree this time as the tree comes down, all three bulbs. Goes on just a little bit longer than you'd be used to. .001 to a .003. Ed Ross has got a 2-thou advantage against Josh Williams. But down at the top, and it's going to be Josh Williams taking the win as Ed Ross breaks out, taking way too many down at the top end. He was .001 and breaks out by 41 thou. Jason Oldfield and Tyler Haleen. Haleen, Insinger, right side. Oldfield, a split window Corvette in the Land Pro left lane. 7 flat the index time. That's what both cars have to run as the tree comes down. What you'll hear, if you haven't heard it before, is a throttle stop. What that is the cars hit a little bit of a dead spot. Then, due to a computer calculation, the throttle kicks back in, and they're both going to go down track trying to run 7 flat. The double breakout win that time going over to Tyler Haleen. He was 3 thou behind, but 3 thou closer to the top and big board number to come back for round number 2. Tom Coonley in the prettiest ugly Nova you'll ever see. Land Pro left side going up against Beth Seswick. Beth dialed in 7 flat like they all are. Going to be trying to run down and stay down to the top end and put on the win light. 209 to a 19. 10,000 separate them up front as they get on down track. It's going to be Tom Coonley. Both of them end up being 3 above, but the advantage is the margin at the stripe. The 10,000 advantage turns into a 16,000 margin of victory for Tom Coonley to come back for round number 2. Kirk Perry, Land Pro, left side. He is out of Niagara Falls, New York, in the slap shot. Going to be trying to run away from Pete Maduri. Pete in the same index class over there in the Insinger right lane. Maduri Jr. driving Maduri Sr.'s hot rod in the 7-0 series class.
Double 02 to a 24. 22,000 going to separate him. Kirk Perry's got the advantage, and Kirk Perry gets the win light. Pete Maduri broke out by 12,000, trying to catch up and get around, and he took a little bit too much stripe.
Well, we're going to put ourselves on a brief hold while we clean up the mess that Mr. Perry left us here in the Land Pro left lane. Hopefully you can get that machine squared away before round number 2 of Western New York Super Rod.
So Charlie Cimino and Mark Herbold gonna get the call to fire up and warm up the cars, knock the gravel off the slicks as they're running 7-0 index class. Charlie Cimino's driving the 65 Pontiac GTO over there in the Insinger right lane. The man out of Florida coming up to Western New York for the summer. He's going down track with Mark Herbold. Herbold's over here in the Land Pro left lane, the 94 Corvette. Nah, that's not a Corvette. That would be a Camaro. 21,000 to a 5,000 behind the green. 17,000 advantage to Mr. Cimino, but he breaks out by 3,000. And Mark Herbold, who was 45,000 above, is going to be moving into round number 2. Attention in the pit street. Street competitors, we need you to come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. DJ Donnie Razor, staging lane 11, sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Street competitors, we need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Double O Joe Kurosik's going to go 18,000 behind the green and 7,000 under the dial on the freebie.
Here we go into pro action. Jeff Griffo, Tyler Spilek, 20 to a 009. Spilek has the advantage as he ends up breaking out, giving the win over to Jeff Griffo Sr. Jeff Griffo ends up being dead 8 after being 20 up front, 28 total. Left a little window for Mr. Spilek to park it, but he doesn't do it. Here comes Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the baddest off the bottom bulb. The time to spare. Mopar, 685. The guys on the glass going to be trying to chase down Pat Toomey. Pat over there in the high-flying Firebird. Going to guile a 832. Tomey clicks it red, and his night is over unless he buys it back in. Reed Ricketson, though, 25 up front and 7 thou under. Kevin Fuller, Land Pro, left side this time down track. The LS-powered Camaro dialed in at a 680, going up against half Fast Eddie Semlich. Fast Eddie dialed in that Chevy Nova 2 at a 678 over in the Insinger right lane. 878, my correction. As both drivers are green and going. 009 to a 55, Kevin Fuller. 009 dead 110 total. Locks out Fast Eddie by 40 thousandths of a second. He was mathematically ineligible on the let go. Brad Perkins, he found himself a mountain he has to climb as he rolls in deep against Joel Rivera. 908 to a 570. Rivera on 2 wheels into the Insinger right lane. 19 to a 13. We got ourselves a drag race. 6 thou separate them up front and down track. It's going to be Joel Rivera as Brad Perkins breaks out by a mile, taking 113 thou to break out by 110. Trevor Schwartz, Land Pro, left side, 712. The predicted dial-in time going up against Mr. Ron Jules. Ron over in the Insinger right lane, that absolutely gorgeous Chevy Chevelle. 60 thou too soon for Trevor Schwartz as Ron Jewell was 45 up front and 27 thou under. The predicted dial-in time to get the data and come back for round number 2. Topless Timmy, the chop top Camaro over there in the Insinger right lane. 652, the guys on the glass going to be trying to run away from Sam Capizzi Jr. Capizzi in the Dodge Daytona, dialed in at a 611 in the Land Pro left lane. Topless ends up throwing out the bottom ball. 53 thou the wrong way as Sam Capizzi. 62 green and goes 8 on an 11 dial in to come back for round number 2. Jesse Azzato, 572, the quick time between the two of them going up against John Besaw Jr. John, Land Pro, left side, the Pontiac Firebird dialed in at a 711. Jesse Azzato, 572, the quick time in the Insinger right lane. 170 to a 31. As Azado lifts early and ends up taking it by a whole bunch. John Besaw was a day late and $1 short as a green bulb came on, and then he decided to let go of the brake pedal. Well, the red shirts are walking out past the 60-foot cone. Going to make sure everything's A-OK. Well, the track looks good to go. The mop crew's back under their shady spot at the starting line, and we are rolling into round number 1 of pro competition. Chris Adams, Land Pro, left side, 7:09, gonna have to chase down John Parnick. John dialed in at a 7:47. 27 to a 38. There's an 11th thou split off the tree going to the left lane. Down at the top end, the breakout win is going to the man with the advantage. He ended up saying he was going to run a 7:09. He runs a 7:10 after being 11th thou, better on the let go. Tom Reed, Land Pro, left side, 683. The guy's on the glass, going to be trying to chase down Jeff Hattrick. Jeff in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 7:03. Hattrick's 22, Reed's 26. There's a 4-thou split on the let go. Hattrick has the advantage, but down at the top end, the double breakout win going to be going back over to Tom Reed. He goes 681 on a 683 dial to be a lot closer to that predicted dial-in time. The Ozman, Ozzie Williams, 672, the predicted dial-in time out of the Dodge Dart in the Insinger right lane. Going to be trying to chase down Neil O'Connell. 27 to a 43. O'Connell has the advantage off the stripe down the track. It's going to be Neil O'Connell. That street car is a disguised race car. 25 up front, 13 above to come back for the win. 28 total against Ozzie Williams makes him eligible for the re-entry round. Amy Reed this time, Land Pro, left side, going to be trying to catch Jeffrey Attridge. Amy 677 to Attridge is 740. Amy Reed throws it right, and Attridge leaves off the green bulb. Attridge, he's 152 on the green and ends up breaking out by 7. Hun, Amy Reed. It's a good thing your trailer's not too high off the sky. We're afraid you're going to jump. Keep the sharp objects away from her because she is not going to be happy after seeing that ticket. Brandon Imalley, Land Pro left side, the Steiner Bros Bel Air. Dialed in at a 684. Going to be trying to chase down Daryl Gilbert's. Daryl from Daryl's Diner. Dialed in at a 664. Daryl's 003 green. Down track, he's going to get the data. As Brandon Imalley clicks at 35, thou red. To put him in the re-entry round in the Steiner Bros Bel Air. Mike Hickey, Land Pro left side, 671, the predicted island time out of the Duster. Going to be trying to outrun Richie Liberi. Richie's got a little bit quicker of a dial-in time, 623, the guess on the glass for the Monte Carlo. It's going to be a 2,000 separation at the stripe, but down at the top end, it's going over to Richie Liberi. He was 42 up front, which is only 2,000 better to end up running dead one to get the win as Mike Hickey breaks out trying to stay ahead of Richie Liberi. Sam DeMario, Land Pro left side, 603 the guess on the glass to chase down Jeff Salmon. Jeff in the Insinger right lane, 797, the predicted dial-in time for the Fox Body Ford Mustang. DeMario, 12 up front, dead 6, 18 total. Jeff had the best seat to watch that pass happen as he was 400 up front and mathematically ineligible since the let-go. Killer Ken Imalley, Turd Herd Luchevelle, Land Pro left side, and Lynn Salisbury. Lynn's not a lady. The Danger Ranger, 6:58, the predicted dial-in time, and the Insinger right lane. with 36 advantage going to Killer Ken. As they boogie on down track, it's going to be Ken Imalley. 17 above after being 13 up front, 30 total. Locks out Lynn Salisbury, who was dead in the water by 6 thousandths of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Spidey Sam Chapman, you have the wait and see bye. Double 01 to a 10. Jerry Sarcuccia has the best reaction time he ever had in that roadster, and it's not going to be enough. As Mike DeMario was 001 in John Little's Ford Mustang and ends up being only 11 thou under the predicted dial-in time to put on the win light in the double breakout win. Joe Staub Jr., 692, going to be trying to run away from Matt Himes, who's down in at a 649. 93 to a 12, where the let goes, and it's going to be money Matt Himes as he's 12 up front and 14 above. Joe Buchella, Lampro, left side, 647. And Alan Buch, Allen dialed in at a 680. Throws it red by 30. Thou 00. Joe Buchella goes 004 and ends up being just a little bit under that predicted island time. Colin Cahill getting the freebie. 59 was the guy, 60 with the one is the run after being 24 up front. Here we go into street competition. Jim Zagarelli, the C-Time pick-em-up truck, Lampro left side, dialed in at an 846. Jake Birchfield, 829, the guys on the glass in the Insinger right lane. Double breakout wing going over to Jake Birchfield as he was 77 up front to be better than the 117 light of Jim Zagarelli as he was just a little bit off that predicted dial-in time. Here comes Tim Markle, the Firebird dialed in at a 919. And Gary French, the illegal Regal over in the Insinger right lane dialed in at a 785. To 165 where the light goes as they get down. Track one's way better than the other, but Tim Markle goes dead 7 after being 41 up front, 48 total. Mathematically locks out Gary French, who was 165 on the bottom bulb. Tobolowski, Jim Subchinski ends up throwing it 12 thou the wrong way as Tyler Spilek was 53 green to get on down to the top end and be 3 above with a 1 on the back, 31 total above.
Pat Toomey. Auburn, New York's very own Insinger right lane, driving the Firebird. 830's Gaston on the glass for the man in the Insinger right lane. Going down track with Rich Garland. Garland, Land Pro left lane, down in at an 817. 19 to a 75. 55 thou going to separate him, and Land Pro left lane's got the advantage. Getting down through the 660. Pat Toomey's going to turn on the win light, though. He was behind by 61 thou. And he's going to take the stripe by 5 little bitty thousandths.
That's what we call getting cute with it. You had the advantage. You end up tightening it up. And you tighten it up just a little bit too much to give it to the other guy by 5 thousandths of a second. Here we go, round number 1, racing action in Super Pro competition. Ron Schillinger, Land Pro, left side, 696, Gus on the glass. Going to be trying to run away from Kane Gregory. Kane, the long and skinny, dialed in at a 5:01. Kane Gregory has got a 23 thou advantage, or 33 to a 56, and Kane Gregory Going to get the win in the double breakout race going Kane Gregory's way. Ron Schillinger was 656 thou on the let go and ends up breaking out by just a little bit more than Kane Gregory in the long and skinny. Daniel Fuller and Jason Subchinski. Subchinski Insinger right side, 632. The gas on the glass. Going to be trying to run away from Daniel Fuller. Daniel dialed in a 547. $6,000 difference after the tree falls down. It's going to Jason Subchinski. He was ahead and stays ahead by 13 thou down at the stripe. He goes 34 on a 32 dialing to put on the win light and come back for round number 2. Paige D. Salvo. Land Pro left side, the long and skinny dialed in at a 488. Aaron Close out of Rochester in the Monty in the Insinger right lane dialed in at a 565. 0062 soon for Mr. Close as he closes out his first round of competition. Paige ends up being 241 green. To be a little bit under, it'll put on the win light anyways. Turbo Mike Florin, Land Pro, left side, 674. The gas on the glass, going to be trying to run away from the fabulous Paul Kochi. Paul over there in the Dodge Demon in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 632. Separate them up front as Paul Kochi's behind, but ends up coming back around to be ahead. Kochi was 9th out behind on the let go and wins by 0066 thousandths of a second. Well, just make sure Tom Crewer is not doing anything crazy there as far as fluids coming out of the car. This time, 540. The gas on the glass for the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Going to be trying to run down Brandon Chittenden over there in the Land Pro left lane, dialed in at a 578. $20 to a 15, 5,000 separate them up front. And it's Tom Crew who has the advantage, but down at the top end, the win light gonna go over to Brandon Chittenden. He was 5 thou behind, but ends up being 306 thou ahead. Deanna Nugent, the Nugget, Land Pro, left side, 5:06. The guys on the glass for the long. It's going to be trying to chase down Neil Onderdonk. Neil in the 51 Chevy pickup truck with the engine in the bed of it. 5:99. The guys on the glass over in the Insinger right lane. 002 green to a 001 red. Neil Onderdonk, he's going to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by as he gets the win light and the free data being 9 thou under the predicted dial-in time. Jeff Griffo, Don Keekle. Griffo, the S10 and the Griffo painting machine. Don Keekle, the Precision Crank Works machine over in the Insinger right lane. 6:33, going to be running away from a 486, and Don Keekle is going to be the one chasing down the S10. Double O to the 24, 22 foul the difference, and Don Keekle is in trouble. Down at the top end, Jeff Griffo goes 2 above with a 1 on the back of it to take 001 at the finish line after being 002 at the stripe. But not better than Neil Onderdonk, who is 002.5. Griffo being 002.6 does not qualify for the round 2 wait and see bye. Empire's most eligible bachelor, that is Dirty Dan Heinrich. Land Pro left side, the Cobalt dialed in at a 582. Going to be trying to chase down Willie Stroker. Mr. Titanus tried to make the laps today but wasn't feeling too hot, so Willie Stroker is 002 and a whole bunch above to take the win light against Dan Heinrich, who had some sort of mechanical problems. But Willie Stroker ends up getting the win light. Mr. Titanus was the one that was supposed to drive that car today but couldn't get it done before round number 1 of time trials. Kevin Samard Sr., Lamb Pro, left side, 670. The guess on the glass, going to be trying to run away from Money Mark Talmadge. Money Mark, 590, the predicted dial-in time in the Malibu in the Insinger right lane. Six to a 005. Money Mark has the advantage by 31 thou and ends up spreading that lead to be 43 thou ahead at the stripe. Zell Game and Hard Hitting Daddy Land Pro left side, the Chevy Lumina with the quick time, 5:31, the predicted dial-in time, going up against Sean Montgomery. Sean in the Malibu in the Insinger right lane, 6 flat, the gas on the glass in the Insinger right lane. 27 to an 18, a little bit more than 11th thou separate them up front, down track. It's going to be Sean Montgomery. He was 11th thou better to be 19th thou ahead at the stripe to come back for round number 2. Joe Rolfe, Land Pro left side, 5:56, going to be sitting there for a little while. Well, 00 Joe Karosik takes a hot rod machine down the track. He's 11th thou up front and just getting data as Joe Rolfe throws on the red ball by 8 thousandths of a second. He goes dead on 4. 11 total out of Joe Karosik in the Insinger right lane. Joe Raleigh, Land Pro left side, this time down track, 5:82, the predicted island time against Pete Maduri. Maduri over there in Maduri Senior's hot rod dial in at a 6:98. Double O for the wrong way for Pete Maduri as he goes on the red ball. It's all over. In round number 1, Joe Raleigh going to get the data as he's 56 up front and goes 19 thou above down track to come back for round number 2. And here comes Howie Samard, Land Pro left side, the Chevy Chevelle dial in at a 6:38. Going to be trying to run away from Alan Runyons. Alan over the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 5:18. To 35, 2,000 split down track. The advantage going to Alan Runyons, but the win light going to Howie Samard. Ends up being 2 thou behind, but goes dead 3 to be 8 thou ahead. Jeff Subchinski, Land Pro left side, Mr. Spray and Slide himself in the gold Camaro, dialed in to 593. He's going to be sitting there for just a minute as the bottom bulber in the top bulb class, Carl Bollinger, dialed in at a 615. As he is 23 thou ahead of Subchinski as he goes 2 above. Spray and Slide breaks out, taking 2 thou at the stripe. Carl Bollinger 1 thou away from a perfect light as he is your new wait and see buy out of the Insinger right lane. Brandon Imalley, Land Pro left side. The Steiner Bros of Bel Air dialed in at a 684. He's going to be running away from Johanna Cottrell, who is sitting pretty on the round one wait and see by until Mr. Spidey Sam Chapman came by and knocked her off top of the mountain. So here she is dialed in at a 582. Going to try and race her way into round number 2 of competition. To a 92, Johanna is in trouble. Imalley's already on the brakes, and the win light comes on for the Steiner Bros Bel Air. He was about 70 thou ahead on the let go to be 19 thou ahead at the stripe to put on the win light and come back for round number 2. Angelo Ragusa, Doug Linden, 586 to a 509. Linden about 14 thou ahead on the release as he tries to chase down Angelo Ragusa and gets there before Ragusa by 5 thousandths of a second. Dirty Doug Linden was 16 and 1 above 1 to put on the win light and come back for round number 2. Big Daddy Bill Balzer, Land Pro, left side, the Duster, dialed in at a 570. Going to be trying to run away from Jack Riom. Jack, he almost had that wait and see by, but the 5th digit told him no way against Johanna Cottrell. So in the Roadster, he's dialed in at a 538. Double 08s across the board. 3/10 thou the difference, and Jack Riom is the one without the advantage. But they're both going to be dead on. Double 08 up front. Jack Riom goes dead too as Bill Balzer is 10 above, and it's going to be Jack Riom. 10 total leaves a small margin of victory for Big Daddy Bill Balzer to try and put it there, but it's only going to make him eligible for the re-entry round. Here comes old man Kenny Dillon. Land Pro left side, 635. The guess on the glass going up against Neverless, always more. That's Brian Moore, 641. The predicted dial-in time out of the Firebird in the Insinger right lane. $49 to a 34. The advantage going to Brian Moore. Down track though. Is he going to get there and stay there? He is not. He's going to get there just a little bit too soon. Kenny Dillon had to chase him down and gets the job done as Brian Moore doesn't want to give back the stripe and breaks out by 34, taking 68 to end up not turning on the win light.
Robin Banks looks pretty amused at Sean Fuller's big old smoky burnout. Sean Fuller over there in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 676. Hoping to get away and stay away from Little Willie Balzer. Little Willie's over here in the Land Pro left lane, driving the Camaro 662 is what he's got guessed on the glass. Too soon for Sean Fuller. Willie Balzer turns it green by 4 thou, and the freebie for Willie Balzer is going to be run out to be 47 thou above that 662 predicted dial in time.
Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, we want you in 11 and 12. Limited Outlaw to 9 and 10 and 550. 550, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, down to 11 and 12, 9 and 10 and 550. 550, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. Fuel and food are going to be closing at 7 p.m. That's right. Whether you got to fuel yourself or food your car, we are going to be closing it at 7 p.m. The fuel building and the main grandstand land concessions is going to be closing at 7 p.m. So if you got to get yourself a snack, some French fries, some tater tots, maybe even some chicken fingers, go ahead and get them now over at the main land grandstand concessions and the Fuel Shack. So it's never too late to get that Empire swag. We got it here at the track. Get yourself a hoodie, a hat, get yourself a little sombrero, maybe even a poncho. We have everything you need, but they're going to be closing at 7 p.m. So the food and the fuel is going to be done at 7 p.m. It's currently 5:58. That gives you 62 minutes to get what you got to get before they end up shutting the door and telling you tough luck. Empire Outlaws. We need Extreme Outlaw to 11 and 12 and Limited Outlaw to 9 and 10. 550. 550. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Dragster. Top Dragster. We need you to come down to lanes 8 and 9. Top Dragster. Top Dragster. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. I just got a pop-up from the Facebook chat, not there on the YouTube. So, Gene, I'm going to yell at you and say thank you at the same time, Gene. You got to get on the YouTube, and you got to hit subscribe and like, okay? The only way we're going to keep doing this is if you guys subscribe and like Paul Francia. Straight line performance. I'm messing that one up. Stand back performance. Okay, it's been a long day up in the tower. You know, don't yell at me just yet. You got to get on there. You got to like, subscribe, and thank Stand Back Performance for everything they do so that you guys can watch it like Gene on his back deck patio. The beautiful weather. I'm assuming adult beverages in hand. I don't know who's accompanying him, but it's got to be almost as comfortable as sitting up here in the tower. So, Gene Stankovitz, we want to say thank you. Your movie theater voice was absolutely golden a couple weeks ago for the 20K. It was fun to get celebrities up here in the tower. So if anyone out there in the grandstands or in racing land can do simple math and has a beautiful, silky, smooth voice, unlike me or Trevor, if you guys want to come up here and try your hand at announcing, you're more than welcome to. I mean, I didn't go to school for it. I barely went to school at all, but I didn't go to school for it. No one trained me. There was no, no formal introduction into it. I just sort of grabbed the mic one day. This was at Lancaster, mind you, and Gary Westfall said, you got a face for radio. I go, thanks, Gary. That's the best thing anyone's ever told me. And, it's been going on from there. Being a smart ass, that's helped. And quick on your feet with very thick skin is the reason we're able to hang out here and do what you're doing.
There's one person that can...
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want Top Dragster in 8 and 9. Top Sportsman, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Top Dragster, Top Dragster. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Top Sportsman, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Extreme Outlaw rolling into the water box for round number 2. Matt Gunther, Land Pro, left side, the split bumper Camaro, going to be doing battle against Mr. William Ganell, the blue Chevy Malibu over in the Insinger right lane. Matt Gunther, Land Pro left side, bottom bulb lit. Ganell's in, away they go. It's a drag race A to B, and it's over before it started. Gunther, very close to what he's able to go A to B. 127 thou away from a perfect light as he figures out the tune-up. William Ganell had the best seat in the house to watch the rear taillights of that thing go through the traps and down track. Josh Mills, the Mills Racing Craft Machine Land Pro left side. Jim Bersani, Insinger right side. Jim had the best reaction time last pass. Tires break loose for Josh Mills as Bersani get solid data going into the next round, we are going to have ourselves a showdown in the final round of Extreme Outlaw. The final two cars are within a reaction time of each other, getting ready to go down track. Limited Outlaw, round number 2, rolling up to the tree right now. Mike Smith, Land Pro, left side. Tim Lubdell, Insinger, right lane. Watertown, New York's own, over in the Camaro. Smith in the Chevy Nova 2. Smith away and gone again. See you later. Come back again for the next round. He's already back at the pit cooling down. That's how fast he got away. His reaction time cut. Mr. Lubdell's reaction time in half and some to get the win light on, regardless of the fact that he back-doored him, front-doored him, side-doored him. You could put a patio door on it. And Mr. Matt Smith got through that thing like it was a cakewalk. Ian Hill, Insinger, right lane. Just going to take the tree, get the freebie in the next round before he has to try and battle Mike Smith. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. You guys should be in the staging lanes. Top Dragster in 8-9. Top Sportsman to 6 and 7. 650, 650. You are on standby. John Sally, Tamara Gray, the Voodoo Vixen, going on to round number 3. As she rolls in, she goes dead on 3. She was 55 up front. Luck goes her way as John Sally was 003 the wrong way, going dead 1 as Tamara Gray, the Voodoo Vixen, is rolling into round number 3 here at Empire Dragway. Pete Kerpier, Brianna Edwards, they're going to be rolling into the beams next. Kerpier, Land Pro, left side. Connor saying, hey, back up just a minute. We got to clean up a mess in front of you as Brianna Edwards gets ready to roll in and do the dirty. Hey, you're keyed in on the starting line. Shut off your headset. You're keyed in on the starting line. Shut off your headset. Someone is keyed in on the starting line. Shut off your headset. Ninth out separated up front as Brianna Edwards has the advantage and turns on the win light. The 9th out advantage turns into a 32-thou margin of victory to come back again for round number 3. Jason Benzik, Joe Murrow. 550 the index. Benzik left side is 20th thou behind Joe Murrow. As Joe Murrow is 008 up front, dead 7. 008 dead 7. He is 17 thou total to knock out Jason Benzik, who could only sit and watch as he was mathematically ineligible after the let go.
Attention in the pit, 650. 650. We need you guys down to staging lanes 11 and 12. 650. Find your partner, pair on up, get on down to the staging lanes. Western New York Super Rod 7-0. We need you guys to come on down to 9 and 10. Western New York Super Rod 7-0. Come on down to 9 and 10. 18 to a 38, 20 thou separate them. Steph Malice has the advantage. Steph Malice gonna run dead on 410 thou. Put together an 18 thou total package to be moving on to round number 3. Phil Scarlatta over in the Insinger right lane. He took a swing at it. 38 thou off the let go. Dead on as well with a 6 in the 10,000 spot. Sema on the freebie. Copper Camel's cousin. 40 thou off the let go. Gonna run it out to be 3/10 above. Western New York Super Rod 7-0. We need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 9 and 10. 650. We need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. 650, 7-0. Come on down to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, Uncle Paul. Uncle Paul, we need you up in the tower. The live stream is frozen again. Uncle Paul, we need you up in the tower. The live stream is frozen again. Top Dragster competitors coming on to track now. Mark Romanofsky, Wicked Maya over in the Land Pro left lane. Down in at a 394, your #1 qualifier here in Top Dragster competition. Going down track against Cody Riome. Riome in Singer right lane, down in at a 442. Behind is going to turn on the win light by 6/10,000ths of a second. Cody Rome is going to run dead 9, and Mark Romanofsky is going to run 44 thou above. 38 thou separated him. 38 thou separated him at the finish line. And Cody Riome moving into round number 3 by 6/10,000ths of a second. $657.0. Come on down to the staging lanes. 12 to a 14. 2,000 separate them. Tyler Rudolph has the advantage. He's going to have a problem and shut it down early. Brett Bennett's going to turn it on the win light. 14 thou off the let go. Dead 1 to be 15 thou total.
Ladies and gentlemen, the food and fuel building will be closing in 30 minutes. The food and fuel building. Well, Wayne, since you're up here, I'll tell it to you like I told it to Junior. You got food for yourself or fuel for your car. You got fuel for yourself or food for your car. But either or, they're both going to be closing in 30 minutes.
Crystal Kerpier, 7 thou off the let go, 24 thou above the dial, 31 thou total on the solo lap into round number 3. Attention in the pits, Cody. Cody or Paul, we need you in the tower to fix the live stream. Cody or Paul, please come up and fix the live stream. Oh, never mind, we're fixed now. Look at that. Justin, who do we got on track now?
I was going to tell you if you didn't interrupt me. That's Mysterious Joe Masulo, Land Pro, left side, dialed in at a 441. A tenth separate him and Lucas Salemi. Lucas over there in the Insinger right lane with your quick time. That's a 431 in the Insinger right lane. The man with the advantage is going to put on the win light. 18 dead to 20 total. Locks out Mysterious Joe Masulo by 1/1000th of a second. Didn't matter what he did. He was 1 thou behind on the let go, and down track he had nothing to do but watch as the win light came on for Lucas Salemi in the Insinger right lane. Attention in the pits, pro buybacks. If at first you don't succeed, keep on sucking until you do succeed. Pro buybacks, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro buybacks, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. If you didn't do so hot in round number 1, you want to try and get back into the action, you can pay to play here in round number re-entry. Pro buybacks, come on down to the staging lanes.
Tom Simone, 92 Lumina in the Land Pro left lane. Out of Cicero, New York, 470 dialed in on the car. He's going to be going down track with Charlie Emler Jr. Emler Jr. out of Spencerport, New York, your quick time. Going to be chasing him down, 424 guest on the glass for the Camaro in the right lane. To a 10, 13 thou separating him. Charlie Emler Jr.'s got the advantage, and Charlie Emler Jr. gets the win light. 10 thou off the let go, 2 thou above the dial, 12 thou total, taking 21 thou at the stripe. Tom Simone over there in the Land Pro left lane is going to run 10 above the dial, 23 off the let go to be 21 thou behind. Andy Gregory, Land Pro left lane, cream colored Tri-5, chop top Tri-5 that is. 438 guests on the glass for him. Going to be trying to get away and stay away from John Schmid. Number 1 qualifier over there in the Insinger right lanes, dialed in at a 409. Behind the let go with John Schmid. He's going to run it out to be 8 thou under on the freebie. Andy Gregory, 6 thou too soon off the let go. And he's going to run 14 thou above the dial. Street buybacks, come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Street buybacks, come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Justin, what do we always say about the buyback round?
If at first you don't succeed, keep on sucking till you do succeed. Street buybacks. Come on down to the staging lanes. You didn't do so hot in round number 1. You can buy your way back in. Give it another shot. Here at Empire Dragway, we need street buybacks. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. $650 the index class. Land Pro left side is Bill Brooks, your number 1 qualifier in round number 1. Bad Billy Lieber in Singer right lane in the Chevy 2. 137 to a 421. Neither of them wanted to get away as Billy Lieber ends up being way late and $1 short as Bill Brooks goes 652 on a 650 dial-in. Brian Erath, Chris Scarlotta, 70 to a 19. Scarlotta has the advantage by almost 50 thou, 51 thou to be exact, as he ends up slowing it down to be 26 thou ahead at the stripe to put on the win light and come back for round number 3. Money Matt Himes, the Deja Vu Boo wagon over there in the Insinger right lane. 650 the index. He's going to be 140 on the let go. And down track, the 650 index is going to be a 654 out the back door. And we got Western New York Super Rod rolling in for round number 2. 7 flat, the Index Series here at Empire Dragway. 5/10 Pro Tree.
Double O Joe Karosik. Go ahead, Justin.
Curveball, Joe Karosik, Double O Joe, the Insinger right side, 7 flat, the Index class. Double O Joe. He's got a lot less motor against Mark Herbold. Mark, he is going to try and keep that throttle stop in just a little longer. Both cars full throttle, 006 to an 18, and it's going to be Mark Herbold. He was 6th thou off the let-go, 1 above, 16 total. Locks out Double O Joe Karosik by 0.02 of a second. Double O Joe was 18 up front and 2 thou in the way down track. Tyler Helene, the die-hard Ford Maverick, Land Pro left lane, going up against the Williams Racing Roadster, piloted by Josh Williams. 7 seconds, the time to be here in Western New York Super Rod. 17 to a 72. Josh Williams is in trouble as Tyler Helene gets down track and goes 18 thou over. 18 plus 17 is about 33 given my math, which makes Josh Williams
mathematically ineligible.
Thank you.
Going to be
Travis.
coming down track next is going to be Tom Coonley. He did a very nice full track burnout a few weeks ago. We're not going to bring that up again, but other than that, he's driving the best looking Ugly Nova you've ever seen.
One of the prettiest Ugly Novas on the track.
Going down track with Kirk Perry. Perry in the Insinger right lane is driving one of the ugliest cars we also see here is a Ford Pinto. We love the Pintos, but
nobody in their right
different.
mind at Ford or Chevy ever thought that these cars were going to be racing, and here they are in round number 2, a hot rod. Going 7 flat on a throttle stop at over 100 miles an hour through the trap.
Trip zip 8 for Tom Coonley. He's got a 57 thou advantage in front of Kirk Perry, and he's going to turn on the wind light, going 23 above the dial-in. Kirk Perry over there in the Insinger right lane went dead too. But Tom Coonley takes 35 thou at the stripe to be moving in to round number 3. Justin, we're pretty good at yapping, but there's one thing I don't think we're good at, and that is saying names. I want to say a little shout out to Brian Ottavino.
I'm terrible at that. If you would have put that on the screen, I was never going to say that.
I have no clue how to say it. I probably just butchered it. But he's watching out in right off the shores of Oneida Lake.
On a boat?
Not on a boat. He's in the backyard today on the patio.
Not on a boat on the shores. Put yourself in an inner tube, get yourself your little tabby, and float along down the lake watching drag racing. That's what I would be doing.
That would be a great time.
I mean, I live close enough to the Niagara River, but I don't live that close.
And I don't have boat money.
Pro buybacks, pro buybacks. I don't know if you didn't hear me. There's no way you didn't. Pro buybacks. Come on down to the staging lanes. Pro buybacks. If at first you don't succeed, keep on suck until you do succeed. Pro buybacks. You went out round number 1. You want to try and get back into it here in the buyback round. It's going to cost you a little bit of money, but we're going to get you down the track, and whoever wins is getting into round number 2. Pro buybacks.
Super Pro buybacks, come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro buybacks, come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5.
All right, we got 3 classes of racers who didn't do so hot in round number 1. Going to try and fight their way back into the show. That's right. Pro Street and Super Pro all able to get into the buyback round, the reentry round as we would call it. Brad Perkins, Land Pro, left side, 9:07. The guys on the glass going to be trying to run away from Fast Eddie Somlich. Fast Eddie, 8:73. The predicted dial-in time for the Chevy 2. 002 the good way for Brad Perkins as he has a huge advantage off the stripe. Fast Eddie's almost 100 on the tree, and Brad Perkins going to run a 10th above the predicted dial-in time, taking 48 thou at the stripe to keep the drive alive going into round number 2. Mike Hickey, Land Pro, left side, the Dodge Duster, going to try and turn on the wind light against Mr. Lynn Salisbury. Lynn's not a lady, and here he is in the Danger Ranger in the Insinger right lane. 6:54, the quick time out of the two of them, as Mike Hickey gets away first, dialed in at a 6:69. Mike Hickey goes 1 thou red as he's almost perfect, and Lynn Salisbury, the Danger Ranger, goes 1 above with a 3 to keep it going into round number 2. All right, the top end's all clear. We're going to send the next 2 down track. In the water box now is the Steiner Bros Bel Air, driven by Brandon I. Malley. Land Pro, left side, 6:84. The guys on the glass going to be almost heads up against Mr. Jeff Hetrick, the Enrich marketing machine over the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 6:97. 13 Huns separate the two of them as they get ready to do battle here at Empire Dragway. 2 go down, 1 comes back. Somebody's on the trailer and in the cooler, and somebody else is going to be rolling into round number 2. To a 43, we got a 30 thou advantage going to the Land Pro left lane. Brandon I. Malley going to get down track and put on the wind light as he goes 88 on an 84 after being about 30 thou ahead, being 17 thou ahead at the stripe to keep it going into round number 2. The Ozzie Williams, Land Pro, left side, 6:72 out of the Dodge Dart from Hamburg, New York, going up against the bottom bulbing roadster of Jerry Sarkusha. Jerry dialed in at a 5:72. 1 second, the split between them on the tree. The drop and the margin of victory is what I'll give you in just a second. 41 to a 71, 30 thou separate them up front down track. It's gonna be the Mopar getting the job done as Jerry Sarkusha breaks out by 18 thou. He ends up running under by 1 thou, taking 18 thou at the stripe. So he had to take 17 or less to get back around Ozzie Williams, and he just doesn't do it. Amy Reed, the diamond in the rough Mopar. Land Pro, left side, 6:73. The guys on the glass going to be trying to chase down Pat Toomey. Pat in the Insinger right lane dialed in at an 8:31. Amy Reed goes trip, zip, 6 red. Giving it to Pat Toomey. Pat's got a free ticket in round number 2. He was 59 up front and ends up running an 8:33 to get back into the show and into round number 2. Super Pro buyback. Super Pro buyback. If you're not down in 4 and 5, you are late. Super Pro buyback. Super Pro buybacks. If you're not down in lanes 4 and 5, you are late. Here we go, street buybacks. Gonna see who's gonna get back in round number 2. Andy Beeman, Land Pro left side, 9:53. The guess on the glass going up against Jim Zagarelli. The C10 pick him up truck over the Insinger right lane, 8:42. The quick time gonna be chasing down Andy Beeman. Beeman gonna do the best he can to get away and stay away in 660 feet. Neither of them hot off the tree, but one of them better than the other. 660 feet later, the man with the advantage is going to get the win light. Jim Zagarelli was 57 up front and ends up being 6 above at the finish line to put the win light on and run into round number 2. rolling into Super Pro buybacks. That's right. These are the guys rolling off the top ball with the delay box. They didn't do so hot, and they're going to try and get their way in to round number 2. Kevin Simard Sr., Land Pro, left side, 673, the guess on the glass. Don Keekle, Insinger, right lane, the quick time, the long and skinny, dialed in at a 485.
To a double 09. Kevin Simard was in trouble the entire way down track. 9th thou off the left, go for Don Keekle, and he's going to run 23 thou above the dial in time. Double 09 to a 35 thou. Zell Gaiman has the advantage, and Zell Gaiman going to turn on the win light. 9th thou off the let go, 1 thou above the dial to be 10 thou total. He's going to lock out Jessica Bennett, making her mathematically ineligible.
Big Daddy Bill Balzer, Land Pro, left side, and nevertheless, always more. Brian Moore going to be taking it on down track. Bill Balzer, 571. Brian Moore's a 638. Moore goes 7 thou red to give the win over to Big Daddy Bill Balzer, who is 18 thou up front and goes 18 thou above to keep the drive alive going into round number 2.
thou to a 47 thou off the last let go. Johanna Cottrell is going to take 28 thou too much stripe, though. She was ahead by 65 thou, but 28 thou too quick.
And no one that Deanna Nugent, the Nugget, Land Pro left side, 5:05. The guys on the glass going to be trying to chase down Atlin Runyons. Runyons over to Insinger right lane, 5:18. The predicted dial-in time is 37 to 16. Atlin Runyons has the advantage by almost 20 thou, and he's going to stretch it to be 76 thou ahead at the stripe. Pete Maduri, Land Pro left side. The fun-loving criminal dialed in at a 6:98. Jesse Azzato, Insinger right side with a quick time. That's a 5:72. $27 to a 48. Maduri's on the throttle, stop, and down track. It's going to be the fun-loving criminal. He was about 20 thou ahead on the let-go and ends up being dead 4 to make Jesse Azzato mathematically ineligible. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. We need WDRA points. Pro, down to lanes 2 and 3. Jeffrey Subchinski getting the free pass into round number 2 on the buybacks. Land Pro left side. He's 11 up front. 592 is what's written on the glass. Down track. He's going to go a 594 with a 7 to come back for round number 2.
Attention in the pits. Street, we need you to come on down to stage 9 for your second round of elimination. Street, we need you guys to come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9 for your second round of eliminations.
Gee. All right, back on the track, Brad Perkins, Pat Toomey. Round 2 of pro competition, 9:09 to an 8:32. Brad Perkins, he gets away just a little bit better than Pat Toomey, but not by a lot down track. The 9:09 to an 8:32 dial-in is going to go to Brad Perkins. Pat Toomey breaks out by 25 thou, taking 21 thou. He didn't have 4 thou to work with, and that is going to put Pat Toomey on the trailer. Brandon Imalley, Land Pro, left side, 686, going up against Neil O'Connell. Neil in the Challenger, dialed in at a 785. We got ourselves a burn down. Brandon Imalley walks it in slowly. Attention in the pit, Super Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down the lanes 4 and 5. Brandon Imalley, 005 up front, 2 above, stick of 4 on the back of it, and Brandon Imalley is coming back around for round number 3. Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down the lanes 4 and 5. Kevin Fuller, the LS-powered Camaro Land Pro left side, 680 the guess on the glass, going up against Daryl Gilbert. Daryl dialed in at a 664 in the Insinger right lane. 31 to a 20, red. Daryl Gilbert is on the trailer. Kevin Fuller brings the Camaro back for another pass after being 36 thou above, after being 31 up front. 67 total for Kevin Fuller. Killer Ken Imalley, Colin Cahill. Imalley ends up getting the win on that one, being 2 above with a 143 up front. Sam Capizzi, Matt Himes. 43 to a 39 is going to go Matt Himes away in the Deja Vu Boo Wagon. He is going to be 11 above after being 39 up front, leaving a little bit of room for Sam Capizzi to park it, but he's not going to do it going into round number 3. Jeff Griffo in the Camaro going up against the Ozman. Ozzie Williams in the Insinger right lane, 623 to a 672. 125 to a 53, and the 125 is way too soon. He throws on the red bulb, and it's over for the Camaro as Ozzie Williams picks up the win light and comes back for the next round of competition. Rowdy Reed Ricketson. Land Pro left side. And Richie LeBerry. 684 to a 622. LeBerry, the Monte Carlo. Got the quick time. Reed, he is going to be trying to run away and stay away. Dialed in at a 684. Once we get the mops out of the way, we are going to keep going drag racing. Back on the track, Rowdy Reed. 684, Richie LeBerry, 622. LeBerry, Insinger right side. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, Land Pro left lane. Reed Ricketson has the advantage by 20. Thou down track. It's going to be Reed Ricketson. The 20 thou advantage gets shortened up to be 14 thou ahead at the stripe to keep the drive alive going into round number 3. Joe Bushella, Land Pro left side, the high flying Firebird dialed in at a 645. Going to be trying to chase down Jeffrey Atridge. Jeffrey dialed in at a 732. 36 to 135. 100,000 separating them up front as the advantage goes to Joe. Picking up the win, being 3 above, 20 ahead at the stripe to come back for round number 3. Jesse Azzato. Jesse dialed in at a 573, going up against Sam DeMario. Sam dialed in at a 602. The Firebird going to be trying to run away and stay away from Jesse Azzato, who has to lay chase. Jesse with the quick time in the right lane. But down track, it's going to go to Jesse Azzato. DeMario was ahead and ends up getting behind as Jesse Azzato squeaks it in there by 2 thou, running dead on 1 after being 30 thou behind at the let-go. Adams, Tom Reed. Adams ends up throwing a red by 15 thou. Tom Reed, he's 32 thou and a whole bunch under, getting the data going into round number 3. Lynn, left lane, 650 for the guys on the glass for the Danger Ranger, and Mike DeMario over there in the rented ride. Normally driven by John Little, the little Ford Mustang, this time dialed in at a 639. .005 to a 33, the advantage going to Lynn Salisbury. Down track, the breakout win going to Lynn Salisbury. Lynn, he was 6 above that dial-in time as Mike DeMario was 33 and ends up breaking out by 25 thou, being 66 ahead at the stripe. Round 2, Street ET, this time rolling out of the water box. DJ Donnie Razor, Land Pro, left side, 799. The guest on the glass going up against Jake Birchfield. Jake over there on the Pontiac GTO, 825. The guest on the glass in the Insinger right lane. A whole lot to a whole little. One of them's got the advantage, and down track here, we're going to find out who in just a minute. The double breakout win going to Jake Birchfield. DJ Donnie Razor, he was 113 on the let-go, as Birchfield was 15 green and ends up going 24-0 on a 25 dial-in. As DJ Donnie Razor could only pay attention to the rear bumpers or the front bumper. Jim Zagarelli, the pick-em-up truck, and Tyler Spilek. Same story, different chapter. One's good, one's bad. Down track, though, Jim Zagarelli ends up giving it back over to Tyler Spilek, breaking out by 13 thou as Tyler ends up going dead 6 after being 114 thou up front. Tim Merkel, fast Eddie Semlich, 9:17 to an 8:77. Those are the predicted dial-in times. Merkel in the Lampro left lane, Semlich in the Insinger right lane. Both throwing it red, but fast Eddie throws it red by less. 001 with a 9. Keeps the drive alive going into round number 3. He goes 8:76 with an 8 to come back for round number 2. Brad Perkins, the Daniel French Camaro, 9:11 to guess on the glass, going to be trying to run away from Gary French. That's right, the daddy of the owner of the car right next to him. Dialed in at a 780 in the illegal Regal out of Waterloo, New York. Pretty much even off the tree. What separates them can't even be counted in time. Down at track, though, the breakout win going over to Gary French. Going to be coming back for round number 3 in the illegal Regal after being 6 thou ahead to end up taking the win in the breakout victory. Neil O'Connell and Pat Toomey rolling up to the tree this time. O'Connell, Lampro, left side. Pat Toomey, Insinger, right lane, 790 to an 830. Pat Toomey, 22 red, ends his night as Neil O'Connell was 22 green. And down track goes a 785 with a 4 on the 790 predicted dial-in time. And here comes the Chevy Aveo, the freebie into round number 3. $12.70 the guess on the glass for the man in the Lampro left lane. $53 green this time down track. The 60-foot what normally is a 330. There's the 330 in time, and the 660 not far behind. 1255 on a 1270 dialing. Super Pro round number 2 racing action. That's right, shootout style. If you don't win here, you're not coming back for round number 3. No do-overs, no buybacks. It's a win light or nothing. Got ourselves a battle of the long and skinnies. Paige DeSalvo, 480. The Gus on the glass. Going to be trying to run down Kane Gregory. Kane over in the Insinger right lane out of Lakeview, New York. 5 flat. The Gus on the glass in the Insinger right lane. Away with a great light this time, but it's still going to go to Kane Gregory. Gregory was 31 up front and 15 above. 46 thou total as Paige was 005 and just couldn't get there over in that Atlanta Pro left lane. Speaking of left lane, here comes the fabulous Paul Kochi. This time in the Dodge Demon, dialed in at a 633. Going to be heads up against Jason Subchinski. A battle of the A-bodies, I think it's called. I'm not too sure, but I think that's what they told me when I was a kid in school. 633 for Jason Subchinski, 633 for Paul Kochi. Kochi, Lampro left side, Subchinski, Insinger right lane. $37 to a 50, 220 thou and some change in the bag going to Jason Subchinski, but he's going to take it to Walmart, breaking out by 3 thou, taking 7 thou as Paul Kochi. He ends up being ahead and staying ahead as long as he can to put on the win light and come back for round number 3. Little Willie William Balzer, Land Pro left side this time down track, 664. The predicted dial-in time going to be trying to run away from Paige Montgomery. Paige over there in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 6 flat. Separated up front, it's a 20 to a 24, and Paige Montgomery is a 1 behind down track. She's only going to end up driving back around to break out, giving the win over to Little William Balzer, who was ahead by 4 thou and ends up being behind by enough to keep it going into round number 3. Ty Tanis was supposed to be the driver of the machine this time down track. Not sure what happened this weekend, but another driver has taken the helm. 00 Joe Karosik. 7 flat, the predicted dial-in time over in the Insinger right lane. 6:03 for the G spot in the Land Pro left lane. 30 to a 27, 3 thou the split. 00 Joe's got the advantage, but the win is going to be dead on for the left lane. Ty Tanis had missed out on his opportunity to drive an absolutely beautiful machine this weekend. Here comes Howie Samard. Land Pro left side, 6:36. Going to be running away from Doug Linden's 5:09 over the Insinger right lane. 30 to a 009, 21 now the gap between them on the let go, as it's going to be Dirty Doug Linden running 3 above for the victory. He was 22 ahead and stayed 22 ahead at the margin to keep the drive alive going into round number 3. Zell Game and the hard-hitting daddy. Land Pro left side, 5:31 the quick time. Going to be trying to chase down Neil Onderdonk. Neil, he's already got the pre-stage bulb lit over there into that 51 Chevy pick-em-up truck with the motor in the bed. That's right, 597 the guess on the glass in the Insinger right lane. 008 to a 70. We got ourselves a drag race, and it's not a good one, as the advantage turns on the win light. 008, 14 above, locks out Neil Onderdonk, who was 70 up front, to be mathematically ineligible for round number 3. Joe Raleigh, 583, the guess on the glass, going to be going up against the same but backwards dial-in time of Jack Rione, 538, the predicted dial-in time for the Finish Line Motorsports Roadster in the Insinger right lane. To a 14 red. Jack Rione clicks on the wrong bulb as Joe Raleigh was 15 up front and 3 above. Stick a 3 on the back of it. 33 on top of the reaction time to come back again for the next round of competition. Don Keekle, the precision crankshafts machine, long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. 487, the guess on the glass. Going to be trying to chase down Brandon Chittenden in the S10 in the Land Pro left lane. 578, the predicted dial-in time for the door car. Jeff Subchinski that time in the gold Camaro going up against the mysterious Joe Masulo. They were 1 thou apart on the tree, but down at the top end, the margin of victory grows to be 0.03 of a second, giving the win over to the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. The win light on that one. He was 12 thou away from a perfect light. Bob Hawk Toohey ends up throwing on the red bulb. He backs out of the beams. Something happened with the car, and it ends up clicking the red bulb 5 thou too early. Well, 5,000 thou too early, which means left before third yellow if you're at home trying to figure out what happened. So Bob Toohey, he ends up disqualifying himself from competition. Kenny Dillon, 12 thou up front, ends up going 3 thou under the predicted dial-in time, and that's going to bring up Mr. Brandon O'Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air Land Pro left side, going up against Alan Runyons. 686 to a 518. Brandon O'Malley is going to get away first. Alan Runyons is going to try and chase him down. Alan Runyons, a Chevy Lumina. If you have ever thought that a Chevy Lumina was ever going to go 518, you were smoking a whole lot of drugs, because Chevy never thought that that front-wheel drive machine was ever going to be that good on the track. And here it is, going to try and chase down Davey and Brandon O'Malley. 009 ends up giving it back over to Alan Runyons. Alan Runyons was 85. That is way late on the reaction time, but goes dead on 8, forcing Brandon O'Malley to break out and not come back for round number 3. The world of drag racing is not about feelings, it's not about emotions. If you think that you did good, guess what? There are no participation medals here in the world of drag racing. You're either good or you're bad. And you can be great and you can still be bad, because that's how it works. You can have the best lap you've ever had. Ask Doug Linden. He was trip zip 3. Ends up losing to a guy who was trip zip 1. Both of them run dead on. The margin of victory, trip zip 1 going against Dirty Doug Linden. You know what that made him feel like? Made him feel like every other round he ever lost. This time he thought he had something to complain about, but that's not how it works here at Empire Dragway. Killer Ken O'Malley this time, the turd hurdler, Chevelle Land Pro left side, 594, the guess on the glass. Carl Bollinger, he brings a knife to a gunfight every week here in Super Pro, rolling in off the bottom bulb in. The Chevy Vega wagon dialed in at a 615. $594 for Killer Ken, the turd hurdler Chevelle. 12 to a 005. We got a drag race. The advantage going to bottom bulb. Carl Bollinger and the win light by the margin of margins. 0, 0, 0, 0 is the win to the right lane by Carl Bollinger. It goes to the 5th digit. That is incomprehensible by the human brain, the margin of victory that Carl Bollinger just knocked Killer Ken O'Malley out by, and that is bracket racing in a nutshell.
How about Carl Bollinger? Not only did he wait around and see... So not only did Carl Bollinger turn on the win light by somewhere after the 4th digit, we can't tell,
That's right. It could have been the 6th digit.
It could have been the
at
5th.
How many zeros we saw?
It could have been the 5th. It could have been the 6th. Either way.
But he also did it in one of the ugliest Vega wagons on the property. Off the bottom bulb against a whole bunch of top bulbers here at Empire Dragway.
He waited around and waited to see if he got the buy. He had to run up against Mr. Killer Ken Iamale. And he had the best reaction time, so he's going to be sitting around and waiting around for round number 3.
Well, that being said, we need Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, 550, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman all down to the lanes. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, 550, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman all down to the lanes. Extreme Outlaw to 11 and 12 hot car side. Limited Outlaw 9 and 10 hot car side. 550 to 4 and 5. Top Dragster at 8 and 9. And Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Hey, Tony, if you're still working on the Dragster, the Shoe Platania, I got to let you know we appreciate as much as you appreciate us appreciating you, okay? It's just two guys up in the tower having a whole lot of fun. There's 1 out of 1,000 that have an issue with the way we do it, and I got news for you. Anyone on this property who does not like what we do can come up here and either tell us otherwise, or they can come up here and do it themselves. Outside of that, me and Trevor are having an absolute blast calling these races every weekend for you guys out there listening to us. It is an honor. As much as I put my own car together, as much as I drive my own stuff to the track, as much as I am up here in the tower talking about it, I have been a fan ever since I was a small child. And that is what makes drag racing absolutely awesome week in and week out, because from when I was itty-bitty, from knee-high all the way now to almost 30 years old, bringing a child into this earth of my own with a wife at home, this is what drag racing is. To see people like Wayne Turner and Pat Budd, to see the second generation or third generation of track owners here at Empire Dragway, to know what this place was. Bob Metcalf, he's down at the end right now listening to the words that come out of these loudspeakers. Bob Metcalf, thank you for every chicken dinner, every cold, frigid Nationals we ever had. Thank you for everything you ever did when this place was stone pits before Jerry and Jerry Jr. ever did what they did to make this place the absolute perfect facility here at Empire Dragway. If you got a problem with it, put your own money on the table, bring yourself to the drag strip, and let's have a whole lot of fun here, because that is what drag racing is all about. Attention in the pits, Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, 550, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman. Come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, 550, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman. Come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, 550, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman. Come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme to 11 and 12, Limited to 9 and 10. 550 to 4 and 5, Top Dragster to 8 and 9, and Top Sportsman to 6 and 7. Jim Bersani, welcome to the party. Mr. Smith got up to the lanes as fast as he can get down the track and back to the trailer. If that is a man to emulate right there, that Chevy Nova too. He knows how to go from A to B, down back to C, back around to D, and right back up to A again. Attention in the pit, 650. 650, come on down to 11 and 12 on the hot car side. 650, come on down to 11 and 12 on the hot car side. And Western New York Super Rod, come on down to 9 and 10. Western New York 7-0 Super Rod, come on down to lanes 9 and 10. 650, 650. We want to see you in 11 and 12 Western New York Super Rod. Come on down to lanes 9 and 10.
Folks, if you're watching on the live stream at home, we are reading the comments you guys are leaving up here. Chris Van Ballen, we miss you. We wish you were here today.
Yeah, stop sending the family, Chris.
We got to see you back here in the States. Hopefully you can get a temporary green card or some sort of
I don't
passport
know how being
stamp.
a visa works.
Yeah, I don't know what the statute of limitations is on that last
They probably just won't. They look at them at the
incident.
border. They go, ooh. No.
Chris, we miss you.
Not going to happen. But he did send over Wilma Fingerdew a couple weeks ago.
Eden Beaver.
Phenomenal behind the wheel.
She was awesome.
No, Eden Beaver's a dude.
Oh, that is? Like Lynn is not a lady?
Yeah.
Eden is not a man.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Eden's not a woman.
Eden's not a woman. Yes.
Eden's not a woman.
Eden Beaver is a dude. Wilma Fingerdew is a lady. Wilma, phenomenal at what she does. Mr. Tanis, we still haven't seen what Mr. Tanis can do behind the wheel. Ty Tanis, he was supposed to be behind the wheel at the G-Spot today. He didn't get out there. Something happened before first-time trial. They decided to switch over to the second driver.
Mr. Stroker.
Willie Stroker.
You
right.
got it. Yep.
William Stroker. He tried, and he's doing good. He's going into round 3.
Rolling in round 3.
He's rolling into round 3. Willie Stroker. I mean, he's doing the job.
I mean, look at Joel Rivera down there. He's happy. He's laughing. He's going into round 3 as well.
That's right. We know how it works here. Him, Pat Vaughn.
Pat Vaughn's here.
Pat Vaughn's having a great time partying on Pat Vaughn.
Oh, yeah.
Pat is partying so hard he can't hear us up in the tower.
No, he cannot. Him and Joel must be so deep in conversation.
That's right, Pat, right? Give us a thumbs up, Pat Vaughn. Yep, that wasn't the finger we were looking for. Thanks, Pat. Trevor, now is a great time in the silence to remind everyone that August 23rd, that weekend, is going to be the Marlena Schillinger Memorial Race. Isn't that right, Jeffrey? That's right. We are going to be racing in memory of Marlena Schillinger, the late wife to Ron Schillinger. She did so much for this track, did so much for Jeffrey down here in the stands. It was a great woman to have on property, and she is deeply, deeply missed. But we are going to be racing in her memory in just a few short weeks for a lot of money. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're doing nothing or if you're doing something, you better cancel your plans, and you better find your way here for the Marlena Schillinger race here at Empire Dragway.
in Singer right lane. 521 cubic inch twin turbo Hemi underneath the hood of that Mustang.
Who told you that?
My buddy Paul, who's the tuner on that thing.
Fair enough. The guy in the Land Pro left lane, he is one of the best running cars we've seen here all night long.
Matt Gunther, Land Pro left lane.
Jim Bersani, the $200 winner in the Insinger right lane of the best reaction time in round number 1.
Put up by none other than Gates Towing Service and Fleet, Tony Ardillo.
Who is going to get it done? One win light remains between the loser and the winner. Reaction time and advantage to the Camaro. Out the back door. See you later. That's a win light. Come on back to victory lane. Matt Gunther goes almost bracket style, the same ET he did in round number 1 of time trials. Absolutely flying as he was 30 thou behind on the let go. That was my next question, was what was the track record, and we're not going to say it. Extreme Outlaw going to Matt Gunther. Almost taking that track record with him twice today. Almost. Almost. But close enough. And Mike Smith, Land Pro left side, he is the current track record holder based on his performance today. We're not allowed to feed you the numbers, but you can do your own research. But I'll tell you right now, Mike Smith absolutely obliterated the old standing track record. Ian Hill pulls up alongside him in that all-black Chevy Camaro. Mr. Mike Smith has the key to the front door. He has the key to the back door. What door is he going to use? Is he going to get out of the hole first? Is he going to get out last and end up rolling on through? What is he going to do to put on the win light against Mr. Ian Hill? Ian, in my mind, probably in Trevor's mind, is working an uphill battle.
Reaction time advantage goes to Hill, but win light going to be turned on for Mike Smith.
That's right. Got out last, but got down there first. He ends up putting on the win light, and that is going to be it for Limited Outlaw. Mr. Smith, 178 miles an hour after being all of 50 thou behind on the let go. Puts on the win light at the top end to put him in victory lane. 550 rolling down into competition. 5 cars left in competition. We got Brianna Edwards, Land Pro left lane. Tamara Gray, the Voodoo Vixen Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Tamara knows what that 550 index is. Brianna Edwards, no stranger to it, but hasn't hit it yet today. Brianna Edwards throws it right. Tamara Gray goes down track a 49 with a 0 on the back. She's going to have to throw out a little air on that rear tire to try and slow it down as she rolls in to the round of 3. The Voodoo Vixen making it down to 3 cars left in 550. Brianna Edwards was just a little too short. Tamara, though, on the let go, 002, 2 thou away from a perfect reaction time out of the Voodoo Vixen in the Insinger right lane. Joe Morrow and Seema El Faki. Seema, the Copper Camel's cousin, the car, not her. She is the daughter of Mo El Faki. If you're trying to figure out the lineage of the racers here at Empire Dragway, going to be pulling in against Joe Morrow. Morrow goes 1 thou red. The red bulb light up as Seema El Faki was 74 green to be 400 above to come back to race one of these 3. It's either Tamara Gray, Seema El Faki, or the Fox Body Ford Mustang and the Land Pro left lane driven by Steph Malice. Steph Malice, 54 thou away from a perfect light down track. That 550 index is gonna go dead on. 550, stick a 1 on the back of it, 5 itty bitty ones, and that is a good number to see when you're rolling down track by yourself. What is gonna shake down, what's gonna transpire going into the round of 3. Cody Riom and Lucas Salami. 2 of the final 4 cars rolling out in top dragster here at Empire Dragway for the Empire Outlaws. 4:42, the predicted island time for Riom and the Land Pro left lane. Salami with a quick time. 4:30, the gas on the glass in the Insinger right lane. Salamy's got the advantage by 33 thou. Down at the top, and he's going to go 2 above to take 17 at the stripe. Lucas Salami almost perfect on the let go. 3-0, sticking 8 on the back of it, and the long and skinny Dawned in White is going to be coming back around for round number 2. Crystal Kerpier and Brett Bennett this time down track. Kerpier, Land Pro, left side. 463 the guess on the glass. Brett Bennett, 441. The predicted dial-in time in the Insinger right lane. Across the board, 210 thou, the difference down track. It's gonna go to Brett Bennett. He ends up being 4 above their predicted dial-in time after being dead even off the tree. Down track, 42 thou, the margin of victory, taking 32 thou to put on the win light. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, now that the track lights are on, you need to have a functioning tail light. Ladies and gentlemen, if the track lights are on, you need to have a functioning tail light. That is how the light rule works. Now that we have the lights on down track, we would appreciate it if you had a tail light on. The tail light rule is in effect. Attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Charlie Emler Jr., Land Pro, left side, 422. The guess on the glass for the door car. Going to be trying to outrun John Schmid. John out of Orchard Park, New York. That new body style Camaro dialed in at a 405.
Brandon O'Malley, please report to staging lane 11 for pro round number 3. Brandon O'Malley, please report to staging lane 11 for pro round number 3.
Schmid goes perfect red. Trip, zip, 9-2 soon on the let go. Flicks on that itty bitty bottom bulb. The bulb you don't want to see, and that is going to end the night for John Schmid, Charlie Emler Jr. 11 up front and 2 above with a 4 to come back. To victory lane, Charlie Emler Jr. Congratulations on the top Sportsman win. here we go into the next round of 650 index racing. 3 cars left in competition. Matt Himes, a Deja Vu, Boo Wagon, and Singer right side. Bill Brooks, Land Pro left lane. 650, the predicted island time. 4/10 Pro Tree. Who is going to get down there first? Who is going to be closer to 650? 27 to 137. Bill Brooks catches a light this time down track and ends up putting on the win light. Matt Himes was way behind and never got there. Bill Brooks ends up being 11 above, taking 29, shooting the brakes on at the stripe to come back for the final round against this man, Mr. Chris Scarlatta. Chris Scarlatta, Insinger right side, gets a freebie in the next round. The final round against Bill Brooks. He is way late on the reaction time on the freebie. Don't know if he took any out of the delay box. That might have been the problem. As he goes 653 at 106 miles an hour. Super Rod rolling into the water box right now. That's right, Western New York Super Rod. 7-0 the index here. Three cars left in Super Rod. Trevor's got his mic near him. Trevor, is that not the prettiest Nova you have ever seen?
That's a different body style Nova, but that is one of the prettiest Novas I've ever seen.
It's drop dead gorgeous, the nicest Nova on the property. No one has ever had a nicer Nova than that Nova.
Just the body style, it's a little different, Justin.
It can be different, but it's absolutely beautiful
Gorgeous.
being different.
It is beautifully
And this
different.
time, Tom Coonley in the different but beautiful Nova dialed in 7 flat against Mark Herbold. Mark, he's going to be on the throttle stop just a little bit longer in the Insinger right lane, as that car is known to go a lot faster than 7 flat. 19 to a 34, Tom Coonley has the advantage. And down track, it's going to be Tom Coonley. He goes 1 above after being 19 up front, 29 total. Makes Mark Herbold mathematically ineligible to come back to the final round against that man right there. That is Tyler Helene, the diehard Ford Maverick. Going to be trying to run that 7-second index. He can either take the tree and back out, or he can roll it out the back door to see what it's going to do, which is a good idea when you're running an index-based class here at Empire Dragway.
It was only last week that we had Western New York Super Rod 7-0 here in town. Tyler Helene took home the title. He'll be finding himself in the final again tonight.
I had no idea that Tyler's going to back-to-back final rounds for a chance to win back-to-back championships in 7-0 here at Empire Dragway. Absolutely incredible work by the entire Helene family and everyone that gets the die-hard car here and down the track at Empire Dragway.
Attention in the pits. Street competitors, come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Street competitors, come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Jake Birchfield Come on over to staging lane 11. Jake Birchfield, come on over to staging lane 11. You're sitting pretty on the wait and see by.
Here we go, rolling into round number 3 of pro competition. WDRA Points Championship on the line. It's not the last day for points, but it is the last day today that you can get points going into the rest of the year. Here comes a race that is what bracket racing is all about. Jesse Azzato, Insinger right lane. One of the fastest cars to run off the bottom bulb, 573, the gas on the glass. Azzato is going to be sitting for 3.2 seconds as Mr. Brad Perkins rolls down track to get as much of an advantage as he can before Jesse Azzato drives away. Brad going deep, courtesy stages by Double Bulbin. He knocks out the top one. He's dialed in at a 905. Azzato, the Corvette, dialed in at a 573. One's way better than the other, but both of them aren't that bad. Down track, who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Brad Perkins. The street car takes out the race car. Brad Perkins getting the win as Jesse Azzato breaks out by 22 thou, taking 123 thou. Brad Perkins is coming back for round number 4 in one of the hardest rounds of racing that you could possibly do. Here comes the baddest off the bottom bulb. That is Rowdy Reed Ricketson, 684, the predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. Going to be trying to outrun Killer Ken Imalley. Killer Ken, the third hurdler, Chevelle, dialed in at a 594. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, he was 38 up front and dead on 038 total to take Killer Ken Imalley and make him mathematically ineligible on the let-go. He was about 30 away from being eligible, and outside of that, the rest of it was on the car. Joel Rivera and Lynn Salisbury. The Danger Rangers, 654. The guest on the glass going to be running away from Joel Rivera. Rivera and Lynn, both of them, 8 thou apart on the tree, 16 to a 22 down track. The Danger Ranger gets there too fast, giving the win over to Joel Rivera. He ends up going 570 on a 568 dial-in as Lynn Salisbury breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second, getting there 24 thou too soon. Tom Reed, Land Pro left side, the weekly release Nova, 681, the guess on the glass. Going to be holding a 10th of a second against the Ozman, Ozzie Williams, the Dodge Dart out of Hamburg, New York, dialed in at a 671.
Super Pro, come on down to 4 and 5.
144 to a 65 down track. The advantage is in Ozzie Williams' pocket, and Ozzie is going to end up picking up the win. He was a whole lot ahead to be just far enough ahead at the finish line to pick up a 34 thousandths margin of victory.
Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to stage lanes 4 and 5. Super Pro. We need you guys to come on down to stage lanes 4 and 5. Carl Bollinger. Whoa, look at that. You had the best reaction time for the second round in a row. Come on down to staging lane 11 since you took the last lap with a partner.
Brandon O'Malley, Land Pro left side, and the high-flying Firebird, that is Joe Bushella. Joe dialed in at a 646. Going to be trying to chase down Brandon O'Malley. Brandon and the Steiner Bros Bel Air dialed in at a 685. Double 082 soon as O'Malley as he throws on the red malt. 59 the right way goes double O Joe Bushella as he is 642 on a 46 dial-in, as he is a whole bunch off that predicted dial-in time. And a high flying Firebird over there in the Insinger right lane.
Gary French. Illegal.
Tyler Spilak.
Gary French is in the Land
Tyler
Pro left
Spilak
lane.
is in the Insinger right lane.
Yes, he is.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's not.
Audrey Spilak's watching at home.
She's at home. She's not even here.
She's watching at home.
Oh, come on. Her man over there in the Insinger right lane dial in at a 773. Going to be trying to run down Gary French. He's got a good shot at it. They're almost dead even off the tree. Gary French, the illegal Regal, was 4,000 better on the let-go, but a whole lot better at the finish line to break out, giving the win over to Tyler Spilak. Audrey Spilak, we appreciate the views. Let us know how we're doing. We appreciate the good news. As Tyler Spilak keeps the good news coming in with the win lights rolling in to the next round of competition. The Chevy Aveo, driver unknown, Land Pro left side. I'm not playing favorites. That's the guy I'm voting for. Neil O'Connell, Insinger right lane, 1255 to a 782. The Aveo's away. There goes Neil O'Connell. One's better than the other. I can't tell you which one in case they're listening down track, but at the finish line, it's going to be the man with the advantage, Neil O'Connell. My duck's out of the race. I love an underdog. That was the epitome of underdog in the Land Pro left lane. Ladies and gentlemen, again, if you ever want to get into street class, let that be a show for you. It doesn't matter how fast you go, what the car looks like, or what condition you are in. Buy your tech card, get into racing, and you might find yourself trying to get into the fourth round of racing just like they did. Half-fast Eddie had to race a man with the wait-and-see buy. He waited, he saw, and he went red. By how much? 44 thousandths of a second. That's how much. Fast Eddie was 60 up front, and it goes 869 on an 876 dial-in. Getting the data, getting ready for the next round of racing in street.
18. Kane Gregory's got a 5 thou advantage and down through the 660. The double breakout win is going to go to Kane Gregory. He was 1 thou under the dial in time as Joe Raleigh breaks out by 27 thou.
Brandon Chittenden, Land Pro left side, 578. The quick time, going to be trying to chase down the fabulous Paul Kochi. Paul over there in the in-singer right lane, going to be dialed in at a 633. $55 to a 23. The advantage is going to Chittenden in the S10. Land Pro left side. He's going to try and chase him down, but breaks out doing so. Fabulous Paul Kochi in the 71 Dodge Demon. Going to put on the win light. He was only 6 thou under the predicted dial-in time after being about 30 thou behind on the let-go. Zell Game and Land Pro left side, the 94 Lumina, the hard-hitting daddy dialed in at a 531. Going up. Willie Stroker, 6 flat, the Gus on the glass in the in-singer right lane. Willie throws it right by 16 thou. As a hard-hitting daddy by Zell Game and was 4 thou away from perfect and ends up being 27 thou under, getting the data. Willie Stroker taking the seat this time from Mr. Tanis. Ty Tanis was supposed to drive that car, but he didn't make the call this morning. Maybe a little bit too many of them Molsons into him. But Ty Tanis, maybe we'll see you out next weekend or the weekend after. But Willie Stroker throws it red deep in competition as Zell Game and 004 up front and 27 thou under, getting the data. White Doug Linden, Land Pro left side, 509, the Gus on the glass for the Chevy Bel Air. Going to be trying to run down Jeff Griffo, the S10, dialed in at a 633. 15 to a 25, 10 thou, the gap between them. Jeff Griffo's got some work to do, but the breakout win by Doug Linden going back to the S10. He was 10 thou behind, but closer to the dial-in time, and that is going to put on the win light for Jeff Griffo and the Griffo Painting Machine. him. He was 51 to Money Mark 17. And Money Mark going to go dead 9, 26 total. Mathematically locks out little Willie William Balzer, who lets go 51 thou away from perfect and nowhere near being eligible for that win light. Old man Kerry Dillon going to put on the win light there. 22 thou away from perfect as Alan Runyons clicks it 3 thou too soon. Throw it on the red ball. Going dead on 4, but it doesn't matter. As old man Kenny Dillon was 8 thou under the predicted dial-in time to come back with the data for the next round of Super Pro Racing. John Cooper, Land Pro, left side, the mysterious Joe Masulo, Insinger, right lane. 479 to a 440. Masulo's got the quick time. John Cooper's got the rundown time. Battle of the long and skinny's going to go to Joe Masulo. He goes 1 above, stick a 4 on the back of it. He was 003 up front, the 20 thou at advantage. He took away from the stripe, rolls down to the top end to put on the win light. Ends up being a 15 on a 12 dial-in to come back for the next round of racing in Super Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Joel Rivera, you are sitting on the wait and see by. Pro, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Joel Rivera, you are sitting on the wait and see by.
eco mode to enhance fuel efficiency. Switch for quiet noise levels that are well below national forest limits, and our expanding parallel capability. Whether you're at home, at the track, or on the job site, Furman Power Equipment is prepared to bring you the power you need when you need it. To learn more, check out our website at FurmanPowerEquipment.com or talk to a customer service rep at 1-844-FURMAN-1. That's 1-844-347-6261. Tech systems are track tested to deliver the performance and reliability you need to stay ahead of the pack. From complete CFI systems to their new ignition lineup, Tech can use the tool to fine-tune your setup and unleash maximum power. Easy to install, rings proven, and backed by an industry best 3-year limited warranty. Tech is the go-to choice for anyone serious about performance. Learn more at FiTechCFI.com. Safer with a smoother ride and protect your cargo with a Gen Y hit.
Street half-fast Eddie Sandwich. Neil O'Connell looking for you two down in staging lanes 8 and 9. Tower Spylex down here sitting pretty on the bye. It's going to be the bye because we're down to 3. Pro competitors, we had 6 of you. I think there are 6 of you in the staging lanes. Thanks for showing up. They've got 6. Did you forget about Joe Rivera on the bike sitting there in lane number 1? Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Super Pro, you guys are on standby.
Joe Bustella, Lambro left side, high fly and fired in 642. It's going to be in the way just a little bit better than the It's going to be Joe Bustella. He was 20-something ahead to get the win as Reed Ricketson breaks out by 13 thou, taking 10 thou. He was 3 thou mathematically ineligible down track to try and get the win, and it just doesn't happen. Brad Perkins, Land Pro left side, 909. The guys on the glass going against the Ozman, Ozzy Williams. Out of Hamburg, New York, the Dodge Darty and Singer, right lane. 672 to a 909. We got ourselves a Dragway. Brad Perkins puts it on the trailer, and the Ozman in the dark comes back to the round of 3 with what is, so far, the best reaction time we've seen in competition for pro competition.
Joe Rivera, man on the Hayabusa, 2 wheels in the Land Pro left lane, down in at a 5.69, hoping to chase down the Deja Vu Boo Wagon of Money Matt Himes. Matt Himes down in at a 6.47. Double 01 to a 44-43 advantage to the man on the line. Turn on the win light. 1 thou away from perfect off the let go. 20 thou away from perfect on the dial.
Double 04 on the binders down at the top end. Matt Himes got away, stayed away, saw it wasn't coming, and ended up locking it up as fast as he could.